Chapter 1288. Su Yueshi's heavenly demon shadow body technique made her figure appear countless. As she changed, she had a strong power to confuse the mind. Many of the geniuses who were watching were disturbed and could not make accurate judgments. Some were even confused and lost in it. It was as if they were watching a beautiful dance and could not extricate themselves. Under the heavenly demon sword transformation technique, the heavenly saint's sword twined and dissolved Chu Mu's thunderous attacks. This was using softness to overcome hardness. Su Yueshi's mastery in this aspect was profound and unique, which made Chu Mu's attacks ineffective. Su Yueshi's swordsmanship was even better than Lian Hongyun's. The golden and silver sword light intertwined. Under the level 4 sword energy, Chu Mu's two swords were incredibly powerful. However, Su Yueshi's heavenly demon sword transformation technique was also infused with level 4 sword energy, which constantly dissolved Chu Mu's attacks, using softness to overcome hardness. Chu Mu also understood this point. However, he could not find a way to break it because his opponent Su Yueshi's swordsmanship was profound. She was only slightly inferior to him. Chu Mu was not surprised. His previous opponents were obviously not as good as him in swordsmanship. However, this did not mean that everyone's swordsmanship was not as good as his. The reason why a demon was that he must be extraordinary in all aspects. He was much better than ordinary people. As the only successor of the Devil Queen, Su Yueshi's talent was unquestionable. It was also reasonable that her swordsmanship was superb. The black sword light under the heavenly demon sword transformation technique dissolved Chu Mu's attacks. It also counterattacked Chu Mu like a snake, forcing Chu Mu to block with his sword. The battle between the two was in a stalemate. Gradually, Chu Mu changed the style of his swordsmanship. It was no longer as violent as thunder. Instead, it became soft and continuous like a clear stream. In this soft and continuous flow, there was a sense of endless vitality. It was as if the trees and grass were growing. This was the combination of the rules of water and the rules of wood. The combination of water and wood made the aura of endless vitality even more intense. Su Yueshi used softness to conquer strength, and Chu Mu responded in the same way. Su Yueshi frowned slightly. Originally, her Sky Demon Transformation sword technique could completely neutralize Chu Mu's thunderous attacks. However, now that Chu Mu had changed the style of his swordsmanship, it had the flexibility of water and the endless vitality of wood. The continuous power of life constantly seeped into her, causing the Sky Demon Transformation sword technique to become several times more difficult to deal with. This fellow has actually grasped a second style of swordsmanship. Moreover, he is so proficient in it. Lian Hongyan was secretly shocked. It was common knowledge that different swordsmen would focus on different aspects of basic sword techniques. Different methods would result in different styles. No matter what style of swordsmanship it was, it had its own uniqueness. It required a lot of time and energy to cultivate and comprehend in order to become more profound. Therefore, most swordsmen only mastered one style of swordsmanship. The power of heaven and earth they were proficient in was closely related to the style of swordsmanship. The various swordsmanship they cultivated in the future would inevitably be directly or indirectly related. Even a genius who mastered two styles of swordsmanship would usually be proficient in one style and familiar with the other. From the beginning, everyone had thought that Chu Mu's swordsmanship style was as violent as thunderbolts. The violent swordsmanship was the style that Chu Mu was most proficient in. Who would have thought that Chu Mu had changed his style of swordsmanship? Moreover, he was so proficient in it that it was not inferior to his previous violent swordsmanship. This lad is really a genius in swordsmanship. Great Emperor Bosu and the other two exclaimed again. The two swords were endless. The sword light was as flexible as silk ribbons that surrounded Su Yueshi's body. It constantly attacked from all angles, penetrating the Sky Demon Transformation sword technique's defense and attacking Tsuyoshi. As the battle progressed, Chu Mu's understanding of the essence of swordsmanship also improved bit by bit. The experience in Sky, green empty world, and the part of memory that remained had not been completely converted by Chu Mu. There was still a part that remained, and it would take a long time for him to completely absorb and convert it for his own use. The Supreme Sea Challenge and the many demon-like geniuses were the way to convert the previous experience into strength. After the battle, Chu Mu gradually grasped Tsuyoshi Sky Demon Transformation sword technique. The style of swordsmanship changed again. It was no longer as violent as thunderbolts, nor as flexible as before. Every stroke became strange and tricky, stabbing from unbelievable angles and penetrating all openings. In Tsuyoshi's eyes, there was only the sword light that was constantly approaching and penetrating through the gaps of her Sky Demon Transformation sword technique. The style of swordsmanship this time was mainly stabbing, leaning towards being strange and tricky. Every stroke gave off a feeling that it was sharp and unstoppable. The appearance of the third style of swordsmanship shocked everyone. There were very few people who could master two styles of swordsmanship and achieve proficiency in both. However, there were still a few who could master three styles of swordsmanship and achieve proficiency in both. Since ancient times, there were very few people who could master three styles of swordsmanship and achieve proficiency in both. The three great emperors were not amazed this time, but shocked. After Chu Mu performed the third style of swordsmanship, Tsuyoshi's Sky Demon Transformation sword technique was broken. First, the sword silk control technique was broken. Now, the Sky Demon Transformation sword technique was broken. Even the Sky Demon Phantom Body technique did not seem to have any effect on Chu Mu. Tsuyoshi could not help but feel a sense of defeat in her heart. She immediately adjusted herself and clenched the Sky Demon Saint sword in her hand, performing the Sky Demon Saint sword technique. The demonic, god-slaying sword technique was also the true inheritance of the Demon Queen. It was a heaven-level upper-grade sword technique, but because Tsuyoshi had not mastered it well enough, the power it could unleash was only slightly stronger than an ordinary heaven-level middle-grade sword technique. As soon as Tsuyoshi unleashed her heavenly devil, god-slaying sword art, the terrifying heavenly devil, god-slaying sword chi shot across the sky. Each of the black sword chi seemed to be able to slaughter gods and demons. The killing intent on it made people shudder. Those who were not mentally strong enough would probably collapse in an instant. Chu Mu performed the ancient sword technique to counter it. He was very vigilant against Tsuyoshi's Sky Demon Saint sword technique. The power of the ancient sword technique was indeed not as strong as the Sky Demon Saint sword technique. The terrifying Sky Demon Saint sword chi shot in all directions. Then Tsuyoshi performed the Sky Demon Saint sword technique's powerful sword move, making Chu Mu feel like he was going to be killed on the spot. At this critical moment, Chu Mu's body trembled. The silver luster on the sword became even more intense. The sword force broke through at this critical moment and reached level 5 from level 4. Level 5 sword force could increase the power of the sword technique by 6 times. The power of the ancient sword technique was not inferior to the Sky Demon Saint sword technique that was below level 4 sword force. He defeated the Sky Demon Saint sword technique's sword move with Wind Rise and Thunder Destroy. Then he used Thunder Prison Break to exhaust Tsuyoshi. The Heavenly Devil, Slaughtering God sword technique couldn't do anything to Chu Mu either. Tsuyoshi's anger could be easily imagined, while Lien Hongyun's smile blossomed like a flower. He was a heartless friend. No matter who was unlucky, he would feel happy, especially when Tsuyoshi and Chu Mu had both defeated him. I can't understand Chu Mu more and more after breaking through in battle. Great monarch Bo Su smiled bitterly. Gu Wankong's eyes were shining brightly. His eyes were shining brightly, and there were traces of battle intent brewing in his eyes. After breaking through the Thunder Prison break, Su Yueshi performed the second move of the Sky Demon Saint sword technique. It was like a demon god had descended. Murderous aura filled the air. Vaguely, one could see corpses floating in the air. As if knowing that this move could not do anything to Chu Mu, Su Yueshi soared into the sky. A few hundred meters in the air, a dark force field burst out from her body. A terrifying suction force seemed to have transformed into a black hole, trying to devour everything between heaven and earth and turn them into dust. Su Yueshi was going to perform her ultimate move. Back then, Lian Hongyan was defeated by this move. The terrifying fluctuation made Chu Mu's face turn solemn. He had seen it once before. Since then, he had been thinking about how to counter it. Seeing the dark force field around Su Yueshi becoming stronger and stronger, Chu Mu's face turned solemn. He clenched the two swords in his hands and activated his level 5 sword force to the maximum. All of the divine Baron sword energy was infused into the swords. His strength surged, and he soared into the sky with a boom. Chu Mu's method to counter Su Yueshi's ultimate move was to make the first move. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to dodge or counter Su Yueshi's ultimate move. The void sword light was divided into two and gathered on the two swords, increasing the power of the two swords by several times. The two swords crossed, and the cross-sword light soared into the sky. The man and the sword became one and cut across the sky at an extremely fast speed toward Su Yueshi. The dark force field expanded and blocked Chu Mu. After a slight pause, it was cut open by Chu Mu's cross-sword light and went straight for Su Yueshi. The ultimate move that was not fully charged could only explode in advance. It was like a black storm of destruction that wanted to destroy Chu Mu. Within the darkness, there was a sword light that was intertwined with gold and silver, tearing the black storm of destruction apart. Su Yueshi was unable to finish channeling her ultimate technique. She unleashed it prematurely, causing a certain burden on her. She groaned and her face turned pale. Her eyes carried traces of fatigue. But she had no choice but to face Chu Mu's sword light. Chu Mu would not go easy on Su Yueshi just because of her beauty. In a battle, she was either his partner or his enemy. After defeating Su Yueshi's ultimate technique, Chu Mu's energy was greatly depleted. In the sky, the two swords launched an attack. The thunder-like attacks were violent and unstoppable. Every sword contained powerful energy, causing Su Yueshi to only be able to passively defend. Under Chu Mu's attacks, she continued to descend. After another heavy sword attack, Su Yueshi fell from the sky. Chu Mu adjusted his body in the sky and faced down. As the two swords crossed, the last burst of power burst out. With a loud bang, it was like a meteorite falling from the sky and bombarding Su Yueshi mercilessly. A terrifying aura. Su Yueshi's face turned pale, but she didn't admit defeat. She clenched her teeth and her falling body paused in midair. Then, she exploded with power and flew into the sky. Unexpectedly, she charged towards Chu Mu at high speed. She looked like she was going to meet force and fight with her life on the line. This made everyone's expression change. Chapter 1289. With a loud boom, everyone's eyes widened. There was only one thought in their minds. You beast! How could you do that? You're in trouble. Lian Hongyan was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. Su Yueshi and Chu Mu clashed head-on, and the result was an explosion. How cruel, many murmured. Even Qin Aoxian frowned slightly. In any case, it was a cruel thing to blow up Su Yueshi, such a beautiful woman who could charm all living beings. He couldn't bear to do it just thinking about it, let alone actually doing it. However, Chu Mu did it. He really did it. He killed Su Yueshi head-on. It was definitely not a good feeling to be killed. Su Yueshi, was reborn on the seat of honor. Her expression was several times colder than usual. One look at her would make one shiver. The way she looked at Chumu almost froze the air. It was more like two sharp swords that wanted to pierce through Chumu. Chumu looked calm, but he could not help but smile bitterly in his mind. Speaking of which, he admired Su Yueshi a little. However, it was also a headache to deal with people like her. She had the chance to admit defeat, but she refused to do so. Instead, she chose to sacrifice herself and pressed forward. People like her were more than just stubborn and competitive. They were not easy to deal with. However, since he had already done it, Chumu would not regret it, nor would he apologize. Since she was his opponent, he would fight with all he had. Even if he had to do it again, Chumu would not hesitate. As a result, he was known as a cruel person. It's a pity that I can't choose you as my opponent. Yang Zhantian looked at Chumu and said. The battle intent in his eyes was overbearing. Because Chumu was the fourth seat of honor, and Yang Zhantian was the third seat of honor. Yang Zhantian could only challenge Qi Naoxian and Gu Wankong. He could also choose to forfeit. In the end, Yang Zhantian challenged Gu Wankong. Yang Zhantian had challenged Gu Wankong once and lost. This was the second time. The first time, Yang Zhantian challenged Gu Wankong because of Qi Naoxian. This time, he challenged Gu Wankong because of Qi Naoxian. Yang Zhantian's faction had always been fighting without rest. No matter who the opponent was, they were fearless, tempering their battle intent and advancing courageously. Gu Wankong was indeed very powerful, but Yang Zhantian wasn't afraid of him at all. Instead, he hoped that he could fight with someone like Gu Wankong more often. Fighting with someone like Gu Wankong could stimulate his battle intent and train his battle intent, which would be very beneficial to his cultivation of the art of conquering the heavens. Gu Wankong didn't refuse and fought with Yang Zhantian again. Yang Zhantian's battle intent soared to the heavens. The more he fought, the more ferocious he became. To Yang Zhantian's lineage, combat was the true meaning and offense was the essence. Yang Zhantian was not weak, and Gu Wankong could not underestimate him either. He immediately performed a mid-grade heaven-level sword art to counter Yang Zhantian's attack. It was a sword art that mainly relied on the rule of wind. Gu Wankong's forte was the rule of space. Now he was using the rule of wind to counter Yang Zhantian. This meant that he wasn't using all of his strength. Gu Wankong's mastery of sword art was exquisite. It was unique, and he had integrated his own understanding into it. Yang Zhantian's battle intent soared to the heavens. His attacks were ferocious, but they were all countered by Gu Wankong. Gu Wankong's casual counterattacks made Yang Zhantian take them seriously. An exciting and intense battle ended with Yang Zhantian's defeat. Although he lost, Yang Zhantian didn't feel depressed at all. Instead, he looked excited. The battle just now had enlightened him. There was nothing better than this. Next, it was Qi Naoxian's turn. She gave up in the previous round. Everyone was curious whether Qi Naoxian would give up again in this round. Qi Naoxian stood up and glanced at Gu Wankong. Her body floated away from the seat. Gu Wankong's body flickered and also left the seat. The energy that he used in the previous battle was quickly recovered to its peak after he returned to the seat. Qi Naoxian, peerless. Gu Wankong, peerless. Qi Naoxian against Gu Wankong. Peerless against peerless. The light from the two couldn't be concealed. Everyone's gaze was focused on the two of them. A gust of wind came from nowhere. It blew their long hair and clothes, making them flutter gently. It made Qi Naoxian look more like a fairy, and Gu Wankong look more casual. The wind whistled. She pointed the flying fairy sword at Gu Wankong. "Senior brother Gu, please." Qi Naoxian's voice was cold like spring water. It was pleasing to the ear. "Junior sister Qin, please." Gu Wankong also replied seriously. Gu Wankong seemed to know that Qi Naoxian was powerful. He wasn't so lazy. Qin Aoxian drew her sword. She flicked the flying fairy sword slightly. Instantly, a white sword qi shot out. When the sword qi left the tip of the sword and shot towards Gulwankong, it split into 2, then 4, then 8, then 16. It kept multiplying until there were hundreds of them. They attacked Gulwankong from all directions, from all angles. That one sword showed Qin Aoxian's unparalleled control over her own power. Many people thought that they couldn't do that. Su Yueshi's beautiful eyes stared at Qin Aoxian. Gulwankong drew his sword. As he waved his sword, the air around the sword was stirred up and distorted. It was only one sword, but it strangely gathered all of Qin Aoxian's hundreds of sword qi into one. It was reflected at Qin Aoxian at an even faster speed. Qin Aoxian flicked the tip of her sword and reflected the sword qi back. At the same time, she flew up and followed behind the sword qi. She became one with her sword and streaked across the sky like a fairy. She was beautiful, elegant, and calm. Her murderous intent was hidden. Gulwankong raised his sword and slashed down. The void rippled as if it was split open. The sword qi was shattered. A formless power surged towards Qin Aoxian. The tip of Qin Aoxian's sword shone, shattering the formless power. The cloud force field spread out. Gulwankong also released the wind force field. The two force fields fought against each other. Qin Aoxian used the flying shadow sword art. Her sword was like a flying shadow. The flying shadow sword qi was sharp and flashing. It spread out in all directions. Every flying shadow sword qi contained the characteristics of the rules of shadow. Gulwankong also used the sky wind sword art. The sky wind sword qi was much more powerful under the wind force field. It was fast and sharp. The two of them fought in the form of sword qi, displaying their astonishing control over sword qi. The sword qi flew and filled the surroundings. It was extremely sharp and unstoppable. The two sword qi kept colliding, shattering, and splashing. Gulwankong was at the late stage of the third sky of Nirvana realm. Qin Aoxian was also at the late stage of the third sky of Nirvana realm. Their cultivation techniques were at the same level. The battle of sword qi turned into a close-range battle of sword arts. Basic sword arts and Heaven Realm sword arts were used alternately. It was too much for the audience to take in. Chu Mu was also immersed in it. He kept simulating it. He treated himself as Qin Aoxian's opponent and Gulwankong's opponent. He used them to fight. The essence of a sword art was brought out by the two of them. It also had a strong personal style. Junior sister Qin, you can't defeat me with this. Gulwankong's voice sounded. Then, senior brother Gu, please enlighten me. Qin Aoxian's tone was still so cold and pleasant. She didn't hold back at all. If anyone let their guard down because of her voice, they would end up in a miserable state. Flying fairy force field. Qin Aoxian let out a low cry that sounded like a murmur. A white shadow spread out from her body in an instant. Wisps of light and elegant aura surged out, calming people down and making them feel comfortable. It was as if they were willing to lose themselves in it and never wake up again. At that moment, Gulwankong was surrounded by the flying fairy force field. He was suppressed by the flying fairy force field. When Qin Aoxian used the flying fairy force field, Su Yueshi's face turned pale. Since ancient times, the Flying Fairy tribe and the Demon Queen's tribe had been at odds. As the successor of the Flying Fairy tribe and the successor of the Demon Queen's tribe, Qin Aoxian and Su Yueshi were at odds. The Flying Fairy force field was a technique unique to the Flying Fairy tribe. The Demon Queen's tribe had the Sky Demon force field. The Flying Fairy force field and the Sky Demon force field were similar in power. They were at odds with each other. Su Yueshi's face changed because she hadn't mastered the Sky Demon force field yet. Qin Aoxian had already used the Flying Fairy force field in battle. Su Yueshi couldn't tolerate falling behind by a big step. Gul Wankong's face changed too. As the symbol of the Flying Fairy tribe, the Flying Fairy Force field was powerful. He didn't dare to underestimate it. Under the influence of the Flying Fairy Force field, not only were the rules of heaven and earth suppressed, even the sword origin was suppressed. Their minds were also affected. Luckily, Qin Aoxian's Flying Fairy Force field was only at the beginner level. She couldn't unleash its full power. Even so, Gul Wankong could feel that his strength had been significantly weakened. Qin Aoxian's strength had been greatly increased because of the Flying Fairy Force field. Under such circumstances, no matter how powerful Gul Wankong was, he knew that he couldn't defeat Qin Aoxian. Junior Sister Qin, the Flying Fairy Force field is indeed powerful, said Gul Wankong. Gul Wankong said as a sharp light shot out from his eyes. His pupils also turned into a faint silver color. Strands of strange energy rippled around his body as his long hair fluttered in the wind. At that moment, Gul Wankong's laziness was swept away. He became serious. Among all the geniuses, Qin Aoxian was the first one that he had to take seriously. Strands of silver wrapped around Gul Wankong's body and expanded rapidly. Strands of silver grew in the air like vines. In the blink of an eye, they merged with the flying celestial force field and surrounded Qin Aoxian. The Flying Fairy Force field seemed to be affected by the strands of silver energy. The light inside was distorted. Qin Aoxian could feel that she was also being suppressed by a force. The force was ethereal, tough, and indestructible. Chaotic space force field. Qin Aoxian said coldly. Her voice was stern. The chaotic space force field was the true inheritance of the chaotic sky emperor. It was based on the rules of space. It was a very powerful force field. Once the chaotic space force field was unleashed, Gul Wankong was completely suppressed by the Flying Fairy Force field. His strength had also been strengthened. The Flying Fairy Force field had also eliminated the suppression of the chaotic space force field to a certain extent. The Flying Fairy Force field had increased his strength. After Gul Wankong unleashed the chaotic space force field, Chu Mu had been watching and comprehending it. Chapter 1290. The Flying Immortal Force field was formed by the fusion of multiple force fields. It also contained the unique essence of the Flying Immortal lineage. It was profound and powerful. The chaotic space force field was only a force field formed by the space force field. The most basic force field based on the space force field was the space force field. The chaotic space force field was a deeper application of the space force field. It could cause the space within the force field to become chaotic. Not only could it suppress the opponent and increase one's strength, but it also had the special ability to mess up space. It was the true essence of the chaotic sky emperor's lineage. A normal space force field was far more powerful than any other single force field. It was almost equivalent to a normal force field formed by the fusion of 3 force fields of the heaven and earth. However, it was not comparable to the Flying Immortal Force field. The chaotic space force field was different. It could fight against the Flying Immortal Force field without being at a disadvantage. The chaotic space force field and the Flying Immortal Force field coexisted to suppress the opponent and increase one's strength. Qin Aoxian used another sword technique. It was a high, grade heaven level sword technique. It was called the Flying Immortal Sword Technique. The sword technique that Qin Aoxian usually used against her enemies was the Flying Shadow Sword Technique of the Heaven class. Although there was a difference of one class, the difference between the Flying Shadow Sword Technique and the Flying Fairy Sword Technique was huge. The Flying Fairy Sword Technique was the true heritage of the Flying Fairy sect. The Flying Immortal Sword Technique was very compatible with the Flying Immortal Sword. It was also compatible with the Flying Immortal Force field. Once it was used, Flying Immortal Sword Chi shot out from the Flying Immortal Force field. Each Flying Immortal Sword Chi was like a Flying Immortal shadow. It was light and graceful, as if it had descended from the sky. It was beautiful and pleasing to the eye. When Qi Naoxian used the flying immortal sword technique, she also used the flying immortal dance. The flying immortal dance was a movement technique. It was similar to Su Yueshi's demonic shadow movement technique. The flying immortal dance and the flying immortal sword technique were used together. Under the flying immortal force field, it was very mysterious. In the flying celestial force field, the crowd could only see countless figures of the flying celestials flying towards Gulwankong. It looked like a group of fairies were dancing gracefully, performing a dance from the fairy world. It was intoxicating. The fairies looked elegant, but they actually contained extremely sharp killing intent. If one was not careful, they would be killed. What a powerful, bewitching power! Chu Mu secretly exclaimed. Qin Aoxian's swordsmanship and body movement were similar to Su Yueshi's. However, they looked different on the surface. One was an immortal while the other was a demon. However, the essence of their techniques was the same. Chu Mu was sure that he was not mistaken. Perhaps Qin Aoxian's line and Su Yueshi's line had an unusual connection. However, compared to Qin Aoxian's movement and sword skills, what attracted Chu Mu more was Gulwankong's chaotic space force field and the movement and sword skills he displayed. All of these gave Chu Mu a strong feeling. Under the chaotic space force field, the sword art that Gulwankong performed was called the chaotic space sword art. The chaotic space sword qi shot out, and each of the sword qi traveled through the cracks in space. They were invisible and hard to detect and hard to deal with. Many flying immortals were shattered by the chaotic space sword qi. The movement was called the chaotic space step. With each step, Gulwankong's figure flashed. He could appear anywhere in the chaotic space force field. Qin Aoxian's attack would either be cancelled out by the chaotic space sword qi or miss. However, Qin Aoxian was not easy to deal with. She changed her sword art slightly. Each of the flying immortals seemed to have the ability to lock on to Gulwankong. No matter where Gulwankong appeared, they would fly over with light and fast speed. The flying immortal force field and the chaotic space force field. The flying immortal dance and the chaotic space step. The flying immortal sword art and the chaotic space sword art. Qin Aoxian and Gulwankong. Exquisite sword art, exquisite movement and movement, exquisite control. It was an exciting battle. Chu Mu's eyes were fixed on Gulwankong. He couldn't move his eyes away. There were traces of silver light swimming in his pupils. The spatial rule power in his spiritual world flashed with silver light. The secret codex of the void-breaking codex beside the spatial rule power vibrated at an even faster speed. It drove the spatial rule power to speed up the refinement. Gulwankong's attainment in the spatial rule power was much better than Chu Mu's. After all, he was a true disciple of the chaotic Sky Emperor. He had cultivated for many years. Compared to Chu Mu, who had comprehended the spatial rule power on his own before he got the secret codex of the void-breaking codex, he was much better. Moreover, even if Chu Mu got the inheritance of the secret codex of the void-breaking codex, it was only an inheritance of a secret codex. To some extent, it couldn't be compared to a complete and orderly lineage that was taught by a great emperor. Hence, when Chu Mu saw Gulwankong using the spatial rule power, he understood, absorbed, and turned it into his own, increasing his attainment in the spatial rule power. The difference in attainment in the spatial rule power was obvious. Chu Mu was like a sponge that kept absorbing knowledge. All kinds of comprehensions kept flashing in his mind. So, the spatial rule power can be used like this. So there is such a way. It was like looking at flowers on horseback. Chu Mu's comprehension of the spatial rule power was getting deeper and deeper. The control of power was only one aspect of cultivation. The application of power could be considered another aspect. To a certain extent, the control and application of power were interrelated. Chu Mu's spatial rule power had reached the peak of the refinement realm because of the refinement of the secret codex of the void-breaking codex. His own comprehension wasn't enough. Of course, if he was given some time, he would be able to comprehend all kinds of applications under the peak of the refinement realm. However, it would take a long time. Gu Wankong's battle gave Chu Mu a great opportunity to improve himself. The battle between Qi Naoxian and Gu Wankong had reached its climax. One of them was magnificent while the other was unparalleled. Both of them had their own strengths. Facing Qi Naoxian, Gu Wankong was also prepared. Both of them unleashed their sword force. Their sword force had reached level 5, causing waves of exclamations. Among the 100 monstrous geniuses, every one of them had mastered sword force. They were at least at level 2, and most of them were at level 3. Not many of them had reached level 4, and only 3 of them had reached level 5. Gu Wankong, Qi Naoxian, and Chu Mu. The more he watched Gu Wankong's battle, the more Chu Mu comprehended. Countless fragments of comprehensions gathered together, turning into a raging torrent that kept attacking. The void-breaking secret tome shone with a bright silver light and was released. It swept across the entire spiritual world, causing it to shake crazily. The power of the rules of space also shone with a bright silver light, vibrating at the same frequency as the void-breaking secret tome. Chu Mu's eyes were filled with silver light. He quickly closed his eyes to avoid attracting attention. He tried his best to control his aura, but a silver storm swept up in his spiritual world. It rumbled loudly, and the terrifying aura seemed like it was going to tear the world apart. Luckily, Chu Mu's spiritual world was many times more vast than a swordsman of the same level. It had also been strengthened time and time again, making it extremely tough and indestructible. That was why it wasn't destroyed by the Silver Storm. The Silver Storm surrounded Chu Mu's power of the rules of space. The strong killing force kept refining the power of the rules of space, causing his mastery of the rules of space to increase bit by bit. He was about to break through to the subtle realm. Chu Mu didn't know anything that was happening outside. He was completely immersed in it. The battle between Qi Naoxian and Gu Wankong had come to an end. Both of them were extremely powerful, and it seemed like they were evenly matched. Whether it was using the flying fairy force field or the chaotic space force field, the flying fairy sword technique, the flying fairy dance, or the chaotic space sword technique, the chaotic space steps, they all consumed a lot of energy. After an intense battle, although Gu Wankong had a very high mastery of his own power, the various sword techniques, body movements, and force fields also consumed a lot of energy. He wouldn't be able to last for long. Senior Brother Gu, I have created a unique skill. Please enlighten me. Qi Naoxian dispersed the flying fairy force field. She floated in the air, and her cold aura spread out in the air. Her white robe fluttered in the air, and she looked like a fairy descending. She opened her cherry lips and spoke in a cold voice. Everyone was shocked. A unique skill created by oneself. There were 3 levels of unique skills. Even the lowest level of unique skills wouldn't be any weaker than a Tian level sword technique. The difficulty of creating a unique skill wouldn't be any easier than creating a Tian level sword technique. Creating a sword technique wasn't easy in the first place. It required a deep and unique understanding of sword techniques. Moreover, one had to practice many sword techniques and be knowledgeable about sword techniques. With their current level, it wasn't difficult to create a Huang level or Xian level sword technique. It would take a long time to create an Earth level sword technique, and they might not even succeed. As for creating a Tian level sword technique, that was just a dream. While many geniuses thought that it was still a dream, Qi Naoxian had done it. Everyone thought that she wouldn't lie or play tricks on this kind of thing. Junior sister Qin, do it, Gu Wankong said. He also withdrew the chaotic space force field. He didn't hide the curiosity on his face. This unique skill is called Flying Fairy Sky Slashing Sword. For some reason, Qi Naoxian's voice sounded even colder. This is the first time I've used it since I created it. Senior Brother Gu, be careful. As Qi Naoxian finished speaking, Her body floated up into the sky. Her white robe fluttered in the wind. She slowly raised the flying fairy sword in her hand. Her aura kept increasing, making her seem even more otherworldly. In the otherworldly aura, endless sharpness was born. It grew stronger and stronger. The wind blew and the clouds moved. The world seemed to change. Everyone's eyes were unconsciously attracted to Qi Naoxian and the flying fairy sword in her hand. Strands of white light appeared on the flying fairy sword. It flowed and covered the entire flying fairy sword. Next, Qi Naoxian waved her hand and the flying fairy sword flew out of her hand. It flew higher into the sky and released an even brighter white light. Clouds surrounded it, making it look like a fairyland. Slash! She opened her cherry lips and pointed her finger downwards. The flying fairy sword in the sky suddenly shook and released a melodious sword chime. The chime reverberated through the world. When it reached everyone's ears, it immediately made them tremble. It was as if they had fallen into a strange illusion. Chapter 1291. Streaks of white sword light appeared around the flying fairy sword. They were densely packed and seemed to be in a mess. However, they vaguely formed a flying shadow that traveled through time and space. The ethereal aura was mesmerizing. It was as if they were entering a fairyland and couldn't pull themselves out. At the same time, each streak of white sword light gave out a terrifying aura. It made people's expressions change and their hearts tremble. It was as if a terrifying sword was hanging above their heads. Once it fell, they would be cut in half and their souls would be destroyed. Some of the lower-ranked high seats were shocked. They groaned and blood flowed out from the corner of their mouths. They had already suffered internal injuries. Terrifying aura. Terrifying unique skill. Flying fairy sky, slashing sword. Just this aura alone shows that the power of this unique skill has already surpassed the level of some normal unique skills, Great Emperor Bo Su exclaimed. The other two great emperors nodded. Unique skills were divided into 3 levels. Normal unique skills, advanced unique skills, and supreme unique skills. The difference between each level of unique skill was huge. Even between unique skills of the same level, there were differences in strength. Qi Naoxian's flying fairy heaven slashing sword was undoubtedly one of the stronger unique skills. However, no matter how outstanding a unique skill was, it could not be compared with the most ordinary unique skills. However, Qi Naoxian wasn't even 100 years old. When many people were still working hard to cultivate a normal unique skill, she had already created a powerful normal unique skill. She was miles ahead of her peers. As soon as Qi Naoxian finished speaking, she pointed her sword at Gu Luankong on the ground. Suddenly, the flying fairy sword in the sky vibrated and let out a melodious sound. The surrounding white sword light also vibrated along with the flying fairy sword. Every streak of white sword light let out a melodious sound. Whooshing sounds were heard. Streaks of white sword light slashed down from the sky. Celestial sounds were heard, and celestial qi lingered around. The sword light was extremely sharp. Every streak of white sword light seemed to be able to cut open the heavens and earth. It made the void tremble. Even though they weren't the target, the high seats were still shocked and even trembling. Su Yueshi's face darkened. She realized the difference between her and Qi Naoxian. She clenched her teeth and her eyes glinted coldly. Gu Luankong raised his head and looked at the sky. Countless white sword lights were reflected in his eyes. His pupils seemed to be filled with light. Celestial music kept entering his ears. It was as if he was going to enter a celestial realm. However, he knew that it was not a celestial realm. It was actually hell. Taking a deep breath, Gu Luankong's body was surrounded by a strong ripple of spatial rule power. He used the sword in his hand to slowly draw a circle diagonally above him. His movements were slow, but steady power was brewing within it. After a circle, his wrist suddenly shook, and the sword spun rapidly. It was as if he was drawing circles within the circle. A vortex appeared under the sword. This was a vortex formed by the power of space law. Emperor Luantian's lost art, Void Devour. Emperor Bo, Su's eyes were sharp. He immediately recognized the lost art Gulwankong was using. A terrifying suction force suddenly exploded from the vortex. It affected the surrounding space and caused it to vibrate slightly. The white sword lights were instantly affected by the suction force. They were all sucked into the vortex and disappeared. They could not attack Gulwankong at all. The power of the flying fairy sky slashing sword was used up. All the white sword lights were sucked into the vortex. The flying fairy sword light dissipated and fell. Qin Aoxian grabbed the sword in her hand. She had almost used up all her power. She slowly fell. Gulwankong's sword shook. The Void Devourer was instantly destroyed and disappeared into the void. It disappeared into the world without a trace. Junior sister Qin, you are indeed magnificent, Gulwankong said seriously. Senior brother Gu, you are flattering me. This move still needs more improvement. Qin Aoxian bowed slightly and admitted defeat. Even the magnificent Qin Aoxian was not Gulwankong's opponent. This further proved that Gulwankong was unparalleled in the world. People could not help but sigh. Who could be Gulwankong's opponent? Unparalleled in the world. This man will definitely become the leader of the younger generation of the human race. He will be the main force to fight against the foreign race. Great Emperor Su said. The other two martial monarchs agreed with him too. Gulwankong was indeed unparalleled in the world. After the battle between Qin Aoxian and Gulwankong, the second round of the fourth stage came to an end. The third round was also the last round of the fourth stage. It was also the last round of the Heaven Youth list. After half an hour of rest, the third round began. As the last round of the Heaven Youth list, it was an extremely important round. Everyone paid more attention to it. In the next 15 minutes, everyone was digesting what they had seen from the battles. Only Chumu was an exception, because he was trying his best to comprehend the new inheritance of the Breaking Void secret manual. He was trying his best to convert it into his strength and improve himself. After a few breaths of careful consideration, the 100th Supreme Seat Genius chose his opponent again. This time, he was even more careful in choosing his opponent. This time, he wanted stability. As long as he could defeat his opponent successfully, it was fine even if he could only advance by one Supreme Seat. There was a difference in luck between each of the 100 spots on the Heaven Youth list. The higher the ranking, the stronger the luck and the greater the glory. There was an obvious difference between the 100th and the 99th place. Because of the careful treatment and careful selection of opponents, the third round of the Supreme Seat Challenge was even more intense and exciting. When the geniuses met their match, the battles would be longer and there would be more moves to be used. After all, after going through the first 2 rounds of battles and watching the battles between the other geniuses, everyone had more or less gained something. Their strength had also improved to a certain extent, whether it was in terms of swordsmanship, movement techniques, etc., or battle techniques. After the increase in strength, the third round of battles would be even more exciting. When the geniuses met their match, they would be able to fight to their heart's content. The duration of each battle would be extended by a lot. Unknowingly, it would be easier for Chumu to comprehend the new inheritance. The battles continued one after another as the geniuses performed to their heart's content. Apart from using some self-damaging secret techniques, each of the geniuses used their full strength. They didn't use any special secret treasures or self-damaging secret techniques. Even if it wasn't a rule, it was still a rule. In short, each of the geniuses was very conscious. Zi challenged his opponent and successfully won, obtaining the 15th Supreme Seat. Soon, it was the 18th Supreme Seat's turn. He was originally the 4th Supreme Seat, but he lost to Chumu's sword and fell to the 18th Supreme Seat. His opponent was the 6th Supreme Seats monster. This was because he wasn't Chumu's match and he wasn't confident in defeating Su Yueshi. As for Yang Zhantian, Qi Naoxian, and Gu Wankong, they weren't confident either after watching their battles. This was the last round, and it was related to the final ranking of the Heaven Youth list. They couldn't be careless or take risks. They could only seek stability. Baiyu continued to use his best mental attacks and fought the 6th Supreme Seats monster in the spiritual world. The 6th Supreme Seats mental power was also very strong, but compared to Baiyu there was still a gap. Therefore, after an intense battle, he lost to Baiyu. Baiyu successfully obtained the 6th Supreme Seat and returned to the top 10. The following battles were even more exciting. Everyone was mesmerized. It was the 10th Supreme Seat's turn again. Lian Hongyan looked at the 9 Supreme Seats in front of him. He naturally wanted the 1st Supreme Seat the most. Unfortunately, he knew that he was no match for Gu Wankong. As for the 2nd and 3rd Supreme Seats, he also knew that he wasn't their match, so he didn't challenge them. The 4th Supreme Seats, Chu Mu, and the 5th Supreme Seats, Su Yueshi, were both defeated by their swords. He wasn't confident in fighting them again. Lian Hongyan also wasn't sure about the 6th Supreme Seat's attack patterns. He took a step back and chose the 7th Supreme Seat's monster to be safe. The 7th Supreme Seat's monster wasn't weak either. After an intense battle with Lian Hongyan was forced to use his ultimate skill, the Refining Cloud 9 Tribulation Sword. The Refining Cloud 9 Tribulations sword was a peerless ultimate skill. Unfortunately, Lian Hongyan had only mastered the first 3 swords, which were equivalent to ordinary ultimate skills. However, its power was still at the peak of ordinary ultimate skills. It was very powerful. It was reasonable for him to defeat the 7th Supreme Seat's monster. The 9th Supreme Seat's monster looked at it and gave up. The 8th Supreme Seat's monster did the same. The 7th Supreme Seat's monster challenged the 8th Supreme Seat's Fang Tianqiong and defeated her. Next, it was the 5th Supreme Seat's monster, Su Yueshi's turn. Su Yueshi's incomparably cold gaze was like a blade that flitted past Chumu, as if wanting to cut him apart. However, Chumu didn't seem to notice and didn't move at all. He didn't react at all, causing Su Yueshi to be filled with hatred. Su Yueshi then looked at Yang Zhantian and Qin Aoxian's face. There was a trace of struggle in her eyes, but she soon calmed down and gave up. She didn't want to give up, but she knew that she wasn't Qin Aoxian's match. As for Gu Wankong, it was needless to say. It was the 4th Supreme Seat's turn to challenge Chu Mu. Everyone started to guess. Would he choose Yang Zhantian or Qin Aoxian? He's probably not Qin Aoxian's match. I think he'll choose Yang Zhantian. Maybe he'll choose Gu Wankong. Are you kidding? Gu Wankong is unparalleled in the world. How can Chumu be his match? The 3 Supreme Seats were also guessing who Chumu would choose. In the end, they felt that he could either give up or choose Yang Zhantian. As for Qin Aoxian and Gu Wankong, they were both very strong. According to Chumu's strength, he wasn't their match at all. Chumu's gaze swept across Yang Zhantian's face, ignoring Yang Zhantian's threatening eyes. It also swept across Qin Aoxian's face, ignoring her cold and empty eyes. Finally, it landed on Gu Wankong's face. When their gazes collided, sparks seemed to flash between their gazes. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. Could it be that Chumu was planning on choosing Gu Wankong as his opponent? Chapter 1292. Battle intent rose from Gu Wankong's body. It felt as if Gu Wankong had just woken up from a deep sleep. It was a strange feeling. It felt as if the Gu Wankong that fought with Qin Aoxian was not the real Gu Wankong. In fact, the Gu Wankong that fought with Qin Aoxian did show his true strength. However, Gu Wankong was more interested in Chumu. Hence, his attitude towards Chumu was different from how he treated Qin Aoxian. Let's compete with sword skills, Gu Wankong said. He did not give Chumu a chance to reject or agree. He immediately attacked with his sword. The air seemed to have been sliced apart by the sword. It was extremely fast and sharp. Basic sword skill. Basic sword skill that was infused with the rules of wind. As soon as Gu Luankong attacked, Chu Mu reacted immediately. He swung his heaven/sword forward and blocked the tip of Gu Luankong's sword. When the two swords clashed, the power exploded and changed instantly. In the blink of an eye, the sword light flashed dozens of times. However, the two of them did not move at all. Gu Luankong's sword skills were very profound. He was even better than Lian Hongyun and Su Yueshi. When Chu Mu fought with him, it was hard for him to gain the upper hand. However, Chu Mu's sword skills were still better than Gu Luankong's. Gu Luankong was gradually at a disadvantage. His sword skills changed. Every attack became silent, and the space seemed to be retreating automatically. The speed of his sword increased by a lot. It was as if there was nothing it could not penetrate. The tip of the sword could appear at any angle. Gu Luankong used the rules of space. The power of his sword skills increased a lot. He was now on par with Chu Mu. The change in Gu Luankong's sword skills was exactly what Chu Mu wanted. It allowed Chu Mu to get closer and experience Gu Luankong's use of the rules of space. The Sky Chaos clan was well versed in the rules of space. Gu Luankong had been immersed in it for many years and was naturally talented. His attainments in the rules of space were profound, which made him the perfect target for Chu Mu to learn from. With all kinds of comprehension, Chu Mu's mastery of the spatial law had reached the early stage of the refined spatial law. On the other hand, Gu Luankong's mastery of the spatial law had reached the late stage of the refined spatial law, which was better than Chu Mu's. In terms of application, it was better than Chu Mu's. As he fought, Chu Mu continued to comprehend and absorb the various inheritances of the void-breaking secret manual. Gradually, he gained a deeper understanding of them. All of a sudden, Chu Mu's lightning-like sword skills changed into Gu Luankong's sword skills. The space around Gu Luankong's sword also started to move away, which made Chu Mu's sword speed a few times faster. It was much faster, and it could attack Gu Luankong from any angle. What? Chu Mu has mastered a fourth style of sword skills, and he has even mastered the rules of space. It seems like his mastery of the rules of space has reached the refined spatial law level. However, looking at his sword skills now, they seem a little rusty. Could it be that he has just mastered this style of sword skills? Great Emperor Bo, Su asked curiously. His guess wasn't accurate. Long ago, Chu Mu was already able to integrate the rules of space into his sword skills. However, compared to Gu Luankong's sword skills, it was a little rough. Now that he was fighting with Gu Luankong, he was absorbing the strengths of Gu Luankong to improve his mastery of the space sword skills. Previously, he had used the rules of space once. However, it didn't seem to be as profound as it is now. He should have just broken through not too long ago. He is another super genius. The middle-aged great emperor sighed. Chu Mu performed the space sword skills and fought with Gu Luankong fiercely. Gu Luankong's eyes were filled with interest, and his battle intent was getting clearer. Suddenly, Gu Luankong's sword shook. A sword shadow seemed to be peeled off from the sword in his hand. The sword shadow circled around and attacked Chu Mu from another angle under Gu Luankong's sword skills. It carried the rules of space and appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Chu Mu wanted to learn it, but it was a unique skill of Gu Luankong's. Without the corresponding inheritance, it was impossible for him to learn it. If this skill was performed by someone else, they might not be able to do anything to Chu Mu. However, Gu Luankong's mastery of the sword skills was very high. He was only slightly weaker than Chu Mu. When he performed it, Chu Mu immediately felt pressured. Left with no choice, Chu Mu could only take out the undying sword and perform the dual sword skill to fight with Gu Luankong. Once the dual sword skill was performed, Chu Mu's strength multiplied. His usage of the rules of space became more and more profound. It was as if each of his attacks was getting stronger. Even a monster like Gul Wonkong was shocked. After dozens of attacks, the power of Chu Mu's space sword skills increased tremendously. He was able to suppress Gul Wonkong. Gul Wonkong is actually being suppressed. Unbelievable. Exclamations came one after another. In the battle of sword skills, Chu Mu was able to suppress Gul Wonkong. Everyone was shocked. Gul Wonkong was unparalleled in the world. Hence, many people thought that Gul Wonkong's sword skills should be unparalleled among his peers. Chu Mu overturned their thoughts. Brother Chu's sword skills are indeed profound. I admit that I am not as good as you, Gul Wonkong said. However, sword skills are only a part of one's strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Gul Wonkong immediately performed the chaotic space sword skill and chaotic space step skill. The chaotic space sword skill was at the heaven level upper level. Its power was at the peak of the heaven level upper level. It was extremely powerful. When combined with the chaotic space step skill, it was even more mysterious. Once it was performed, Chu Mu lost his advantage. Chu Mu cultivated the ancient archaic sword skill. Although it was not weak compared to the chaotic space sword skill, there was still a huge gap. Even when he performed the dual sword skill, he was still unable to suppress Gul Wonkong. Instead, he was gradually being suppressed by Gul Wonkong. The situation was not looking good. I knew it. How could the unparalleled chaotic space be suppressed by Chu Mu? In terms of cultivation, Gul Wonkong was at the late stage of the third sky of Nirvana realm, while Chu Mu was only at the early stage of the second sky of Nirvana realm. Chu Mu cultivated the divine wilderness sword essence, but Gul Wonkong's cultivation was not weak either. Chu Mu's cultivation was not as good as Gul Wonkong's. Luckily, Chu Mu also cultivated his body cultivation. With his body cultivation and chi cultivation, in terms of close combat, his strength was not much weaker than Gul Wonkong's. However, Gul Wonkong's chaotic space step skill and chaotic space sword skill were of high quality. They were powerful and exquisite. When used together, they were even more mysterious. Gul Wonkong had been cultivating for many years. He had a deep understanding of the chaotic space step and chaotic space sword skill. In this aspect, he was much better than Chu Mu. Under the dual sword skill, Chu Mu gradually became more defensive and less offensive. He was suppressed by Gul Wonkong. The chaotic space step skill made Gul Wonkong's body unpredictable. He could appear at any angle and attack. The chaotic space sword chi of the chaotic space sword skill shot into the air and disappeared. However, it could appear from any angle and direction at any time and shoot towards Chu Mu. It was very difficult to deal with. Furthermore, the chaotic space sword chi was extremely powerful. It could pierce through everything. Chu Mu was very cautious. He spread out his two swords. Ancient sword chi shot out and the earth-shaking force was activated. He destroyed the chaotic space sword chi one after another. What a pity! If he had cultivated a heaven-level upper rank sword skill, he would be able to fight against Gul Wonkong. Although he was suppressed, Chu Mu's expression was as cold as ice. He did not panic and changed his sword skill style again, the fifth style of sword skill. Suddenly, Great Emperor Rong Su lost his voice. There was someone who had mastered 5 styles of sword skill. It was unbelievable. The other 2 great emperors' eyes almost popped out. Chu Mu's true talent is probably in sword skill. After Great Emperor Rong Su exclaimed, he said with a serious expression, "Geniuses all had their own strengths. For example, Gul Wonkong was most proficient in the power of space." The 2 swords danced. The speed of the sword seemed slow, but it was like flowing water. It was like trees blooming endlessly. It was as stable as a rock. It was also like the wind blowing past. It was like the ever-changing clouds. Gul Wonkong's chaotic space sword chi was blocked, deflected, and shattered, using softness to overcome hardness, combining hardness and softness under Chu Mu's sword technique. It was performed to the extreme. The sword light seemed to transform into a belt of light that circled the surroundings. Su Yueshi's eyes lit up. From Chu Mu's current sword technique, she associated it with her own Sky Devil transformation sword technique. She instantly felt that she had gained some understanding. Unknowingly, her understanding of Sky Devil transformation sword technique had deepened by another level. Not only Su Yueshi, but the other geniuses all understood tacitly when they saw Chu Mu use his sword technique. They all had some comprehension, and their hearts were filled with amazement. Chu Mu's sword technique seemed to be at his fingertips. It was completely natural, different from other geniuses. It didn't stick to one style or one form. Instead, it could transform into a myriad of forms and encompass everything. Within one sword, it could be violent, gentle, sharp, or steady. It was practically the culmination of sword techniques. It was incomparable. Under Chu Mu's sword skill, the ancient archaic sword skill was performed to its fullest. It complemented with the basic sword skill. All kinds of essence were displayed by Chu Mu, allowing Gul Wankong to continuously attack Chu Mu. Chu Mu was like a reef that was hit by thousands of waves, standing tall for eternity. Gul Wankong was surprised. He didn't expect Chu Mu's sword skill to be so exquisite. It couldn't be described with words. Even if he were to fight with Chu Mu again, Gul Wankong could still learn something from Chu Mu's sword skill and integrate it into his own sword skill. It made his sword skill level improve slightly. I didn't expect to see such a monstrous sword skill in my life. If Gul Wankong is unparalleled in the world, then Chu Mu is unparalleled in the real sword skill. Great Emperor Bosu sighed. All-encompassing sword skill, unparalleled in the real sword skill. Chu Mu is worthy of this title. It was a great honor to be acknowledged as unparalleled in the real sword skill by 3 great emperors. If the news spread, it would cause a huge uproar. Since ancient times, there were very few geniuses who could become great emperors. Every great emperor, even the most ordinary one, was the pillar of the human race. They had a high status and honor. Every great emperor was knowledgeable and experienced a lot. In their lives, they had seen hundreds of geniuses. However, there were very few who could be praised by them. Now, there was another one, Chu Mu. Chapter 1293. My foresight is correct. Gul Wankong stopped attacking and smiled at Chu Mu from afar. What he meant was that with the strength Chu Mu had displayed, Chu Mu was already qualified to be his opponent. At the beginning, he had treated Chu Mu as an opponent and had not made a mistake. He was very happy. My foresight is correct too. Chu Mu smiled and lowered his swords. Gul Wankong seemed to be everywhere during the battle, but he didn't seem to have moved at all. I look forward to your growth in the future. I hope that you can become my true opponent in the future and let me fight you with my full strength. Gul Wankong said again. What he meant was that although his eyes weren't wrong, the current Chu Mu was still a bit inexperienced compared to him. However, this also meant that if Chu Mu was given some time to grow in the future, he may be able to match him and truly fight him. A person who truly possessed the heart of a powerhouse would not be afraid of any challenges, nor would they be afraid of any talented opponents. Chu Mu is going to lose. Since Gul Wankong said so, it means that he's going to defeat Chu Mu. Unknowingly, everyone became excited. You've also mastered the power of the rules of space and have reached the profound level. However, you should have just broken through not long ago. If you join the Chaotic Sky faction, you will be able to get the inheritance of the Chaotic Sky faction. It will be helpful for your cultivation of the rules of space. Gul Wankong smiled and said, Now, I'll let you experience the unique skill of the Chaotic Sky faction, the Chaotic Sky force field. In a sense, the force field was also a type of unique skill. As soon as he finished speaking, traces of silver light spread out from Gul Wankong's body and disappeared into the void. Silently, the area within a few thousand meters was covered, including Chu Mu. Immediately, Chu Mu felt that the power of the rules of heaven and earth in his spiritual world was suppressed. Only the power of the rules of space that had reached the profound level could resist, but it was also suppressed. The laws of would have been suppressed by 30%, while the other laws have been suppressed by 50% or even 80%. Chu Mu could not help but frown. The chaotic space force field was simply too frightening. All sorts of heaven and earth law energies were suppressed and weakened in such a manner. Their might was greatly reduced, making it difficult for them to display much of their strength. Not only were the various heaven and earth nomological powers being suppressed, Chu Mu also felt that the divine wilderness sword essence in his body had become somewhat chaotic, as though countless shattered spaces had appeared within the sword essence, splitting it apart. Although he could still circulate it, every circulation became more obscure, and the time needed to circulate it was prolonged, affecting his strength. With his powerful divine sense, Chu Mu could feel that the space around him had also become very chaotic. When he used his sword skills, it was very likely that they would be affected by the chaotic space and be weakened. The chaotic space force field was so powerful. No wonder Gul Wankong would say something like that. If Chu Mu did not receive the new inheritance of the Breaking Void secret manual and did not have the time to study it properly, he could only admit defeat, because under the chaotic space force field, his strength had been greatly reduced. On the other hand, Gul Wankong's laws of space had been strengthened, and he knew all the chaos within the chaotic space force field like the back of his hand. Not only had his sword skills been weakened, but they had also complemented each other. Only Qi Naoxian's flying deity force field could compete with it. The chaotic space force field is indeed powerful, but just when everyone thought that Chu Mu would admit defeat, he made a turn. After he said those two words, traces of the power of the laws of space appeared from Chu Mu's body. They became stronger and stronger. Then, traces of silver light, each as sharp as a sword light, spread out slowly with a sharpness that could tear everything apart. Wherever the silver light passed, the space seemed to be cut open, leaving behind traces. This is... The three great emperors were dumbfounded. Gul Wankong's face was filled with shock. Just when everyone thought that Chu Mu was going to lose, he did something shocking again. It seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. In just a few breaths' time, the silver light had shot out 1,000 meters away and disappeared into the space. One could vaguely see that there was a silver light that was several times sharper than the sword light swimming around. It seemed to have cut open the space and isolated it from the outside world, forming an independent space. Gul Wankong was also wrapped in it. Force field. You have also mastered a space force field. Gul Wankong was still in shock. He thought that he was right. Previously, Chu Mu had only displayed the power of the laws of space once. However, Gul Wankong, who was well versed in the power of the laws of space, could tell that Chu Mu's power of the laws of space was only in the microscopic realm. At most, it was the peak of the microscopic realm. Now that he had reached the early stage of the microscopic realm, it was obvious that he had made a breakthrough here. In the previous battle, he could also feel that Chu Mu's early stage of the microscopic realm was not stable. It was true that he had just made a breakthrough not long ago. As the battle progressed, it gradually stabilized. Gul Wankong was very clear that it was impossible to cultivate a force field without reaching the microscopic realm. Obviously, the force field that Chu Mu was using right now was only a few days old. Thinking about it, Gul Wankong could not help but be even more shocked. Even if it was him, he would not be able to cultivate such a profound force field in just a few days. That was a force field that could compete with his chaotic space force field. It was not some normal force field. In other words, Chu Mu had actually obtained some inheritance related to the power of space. After he had reached the microscopic realm, he immediately inherited it and started to cultivate it. However, no matter what, he had mastered it in just a few days. Gu Wankong was still very surprised. Very well. Your force field is actually capable of contending against my chaotic space force field. This is no small matter. Furthermore, like my chaotic space force field, your force field is of the spatial lineage. However, your force field is extremely sharp and different from my chaotic space force field. Gu Wankong sensed a little bit and said all kinds of characteristics of Chu Mu's force field. Brother Chu, what kind of force field is this? Void-breaking force field. Chu Mu answered. Void-breaking force field was one of the new inheritances of the void-breaking secret manual when Chu Mu's control of the power of space had reached the microscopic realm. Because of the time and energy, Chu Mu focused on the void-breaking force field. During the battle with Gu Wankong, he improved his mastery of the power of space. In the end, under Gu Wankong's chaotic space force field, he got a slight chance and successfully broke through. Finally, he had mastered the void-breaking force field. Although he had mastered it, it was only the beginning. It was still very rough. However, Chu Mu had no choice but to use it to fight against the chaotic space force field. He could also improve through fighting against it. Gu Wankong's chaotic space force field covered a few thousand meters. Chu Mu's void-breaking force field only covered a few thousand meters. This was the difference between someone who had just mastered it and someone who had mastered it. Luckily, the void-breaking force field could barely fight against the chaotic space force field. Chu Mu's suppression was greatly reduced. The power of wood was suppressed to 90% of its original power, while the other powers were suppressed to 80 and 70%. As for the power of space, it was not suppressed at all. Moreover, the power of the divine wilderness sword essence had also recovered. Moreover, because of the void-breaking force field, Chu Mu's power of space was not only free from the suppression, but also increased. The divine wilderness sword essence also contained a trace of void-breaking force field. It could tear through everything, regardless of whether it was hard or soft, solid or void. Under the chaotic space force field, Gu Wankong used the chaotic space sword art and the chaotic space steps. With the support of the chaotic space force field, his sword art became stronger and his footwork became more mysterious. On the other hand, although Chu Mu's power of space was increased, he did not cultivate any space sword art. He only had the ancient sword art. However, the power of the lightning force field was also reduced. It was only 80% of its original power. This caused the power of the ancient sword art to decrease significantly. However, with the addition of a trace of void-breaking force field, Chu Mu's sword was even sharper. Gu Wankong did not dare to face it head-on. Under this situation, Chu Mu, who had used the dual sword art, was once again at a disadvantage. He was suppressed by Gu Wankong. However, he was still standing firmly like a pine tree. He allowed Gu Wankong to attack him. Gu Wankong did not use the void-swallowing technique because it was a defensive technique. It was specially used to absorb powerful attacks. It was not suitable for him to use it now. However, this did not mean that Gu Wankong did not have any other tricks up his sleeve. After attacking for a long time, Gu Wankong could not completely suppress Chu Mu. Instead, he could feel that Chu Mu's void-breaking force field was increasing. The power of Chu Mu's sword art was increasing as well. He is so tenacious. He is still not defeated. Does he still have a chance to defeat Gu Wankong? With the power he has displayed, he is not inferior to Qi Naoxian. This is shocking. Gu Wankong knew that if this continued, it would only give Chu Mu the chance to increase his power. He would not be able to defeat him. Hence, he stopped attacking again and appeared in the distance. Without saying anything, Gu Wankong slightly leaned forward. The sword in his hand stopped in front of him. The power of the space force field vibrated intensely. Then he slashed forward. Chu Mu's eyebrows suddenly twitched. A strong sense of danger shook his mind. The other geniuses also felt their minds shake. They felt that Gul Wankong's sword seemed to have sliced apart the space under the sword. The shock waves spread to their side, directly slicing apart their bodies and souls. The feeling of death invaded their bodies. Sky Disorder's elite technique, Space Splitting Slash. Although his cultivation was not high enough and he could not unleash the full power of the technique, Space Splitting Slash was still as powerful as an elite technique under Gul Wankong's sword. Unknowingly, Chu Mu saw that Gul Wankong's slash had sliced the space in front of him. The terrifying power spread out in an instant. Even the void-breaking force field could not stop it. Instantly, Chu Mu felt as if his body was sliced in half. Even his soul felt the pain of being sliced. Without hesitation, Lin Fan released the void-breaking sword Qi and gathered it on the Sky Slash sword. With a slash, it was as if the world was sliced in half. The power of the void-breaking force merged with the void-breaking sword Qi, causing the power of the void-breaking sword Qi to multiply. It was as powerful as an elite technique and went against the power of Space Splitting Slash. Chapter 1294. The sizzling sound was like water dripping into boiling oil. Under Chu Mu's sword, the void-pierced sword Qi clashed with Gul Wankong's ultimate technique, Space Splitting Slash. A terrifying spatial energy ripple spreading out in all directions and shaking the void. Every genius was affected. Qin Aoxian and the other geniuses frowned and released their energy to disperse the incoming spatial energy ripple. Those geniuses who were weaker had to use most of their power to defend themselves. Their faces changed and their bodies trembled. Although the Supreme Seat was magical, it did not have the ability to defend against the impact of energy. Perhaps it did, but it was not activated. The geniuses could only defend themselves against the impact of energy. Therefore, the geniuses who were hit by the impact of Chu Mu and Gul Wankong's spatial energy were all pale and shocked. In the void, black cracks could be seen with the naked eye. Although it was just a flash, it was enough to make one's heart jump. The powerful Space Splitting Slash was blocked by Chu Mu in the end. When Gul Wankong was fighting with Qin Aoxian, he had only used the defensive skill, Void Swallowing. He did not use any offensive skills. Therefore, it was the first time that everyone had seen Gul Wankong's offensive skill. Even so, he was still unable to defeat Chu Mu. Everyone couldn't help but view Chu Mu in a higher light. Gul Wankong was also surprised. Even Space Splitting Slash could not defeat Chu Mu. Chu Mu was indeed difficult to deal with. However, such an opponent was more exciting. In terms of sword skills, he could not suppress Chu Mu. In terms of battle force, he only had a slight advantage, but not an absolute advantage. Moreover, Chu Mu was able to improve himself rapidly during the battle. This was even more shocking, now that his unique skill could not defeat Chu Mu. Everyone started to guess what Gul Wankong was going to do next. What kind of skills did he have to defeat Chu Mu? Everyone thought hard and thought that they would replace Gul Wankong. However, they could not think of how to defeat Chu Mu. He had already used all of his sword skills and force fields. I think he is done for. Chu Mu is really stubborn. I can't even defeat him. The three emperors looked on with interest. What would Gul Wankong do next? Gul Wankong didn't say anything. He was thinking, and he was also recovering his strength. The battle earlier had consumed a lot of his strength, and Chu Mu had also consumed a lot of his strength. He was also recovering. The two of them retracted their force fields. Whether it was the chaotic space force field or the void-shattering force field, they were both powerful force fields. Using them would not only consume sword origin, it would also consume physical strength and mental energy. The stronger the force field, the more energy it would consume. The two of them remained motionless. While recovering their strength, they were also thinking about how to defeat each other. Defeating the other party wasn't just about fighting for the number 1 spot on the Heaven Azure leaderboard. Defeating the other party was also a way for him to train himself and refine his essence, energy, and spirit. It would be of great help to his future cultivation. No matter what, both sides had a reason to defeat the other. Although the two of them didn't fight and were recovering their strength, the atmosphere was tense. It was as if the air had frozen, causing everyone's hearts to be filled with thoughts and guesses. I have thought about it, and there is only one last move left. If you are still not defeated. Gu Wankong suddenly opened his mouth. However, he only finished half of his sentence, and it piqued Chu Mu's interest. He wanted to know what other moves Gu Wankong had. Speaking of which, Chu Mu had pretty much used all of his techniques. The only technique he hadn't used was the Flying Heaven Imperial Sword technique. However, the Flying Heaven Imperial Sword technique wasn't very powerful. At most, it could be used as a distraction. However, when used against an opponent of Gu Wankong's level, even the distraction wouldn't be of much use. Other than the void-shattering force field, there was another new inheritance of the void-shattering secret manual. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time, so he couldn't comprehend it. Naturally, he couldn't use it in a battle. Everyone's curiosity was piqued by Gu Wankong's words. They all stared at Gu Wankong to see what other moves he had. Apart from cultivation, I have also created a unique martial art. However, I haven't been able to find a suitable opponent. Now, Brother Chu, please have a look at it. Gu Wankong's words caused a great shock. Created a unique martial art. Created a unique martial art again. Qi Naoxian's self-created ultimate skill caused a great shock. When the ultimate skill was unleashed, the flying deity Heaven's slashing sword was even more shocking. Its power was peerless and it was beautiful. Celestial music filled the air, and it even made people feel like they were willing to die under the flying deity Heaven's slashing sword. However, such a talented Qi Naoxian was defeated by Gu Wankong in the end. Then, how shocking would the martial art created by the man who was more talented than Qi Naoxian, who is known to be unparalleled in the world, be? Everyone was looking forward to it. Brother Chu, this unique martial art of mine is called the Illusory Sky 9 Techniques. Take this, Gu Wankong said indifferently. He was telling Chu Mu the name of his unique martial art. He was also telling Chu Mu that he was going to attack. Gu Wankong spread his legs and squatted down. He raised his sword with his right hand. The sword hilt was close to the corner of his right eye. The sword was pointed forward in front of his eyes. The cold sword light was reflected in his eyes. It made his eyes look sharper and sharper. His left hand's sword finger was placed on the tip of the sword. With a boom, an extremely powerful aura burst out from Gu Wankong's body like a raging storm. An invisible aura shot up to the sky like a sword, as if it was going to pierce through the sky. That aura was like an invisible flame. It wrapped around Gu Wankong's body. It was rising and burning endlessly. Then, a powerful spatial rule power was released. Strands of silver light swam around his body and merged with the invisible flame aura. It was like smoke. In a trance, Gu Wankong's footsteps or his body swayed slightly. In short, it gave people the feeling that they were hallucinating. Gu Wankong's body swayed rapidly. Countless shadows overlapped each other, causing people to be dazzled and their minds to be disturbed. Most of the geniuses felt dizzy. Their chests were tight and they almost vomited. They didn't dare to look at Gu Wankong directly. Only the top 10 monstrous geniuses dared to look at him directly. Chu Mu was extremely surprised. He felt that his mind was being disturbed, and his mental world was fluctuating. He had a feeling of dizziness. Fortunately, his soul was powerful, his mental strength was powerful, and his willpower was firm. Although he was affected, he wasn't shaken. His 2 eyes slightly narrowed, and a luster flickered in his pupils. It was as sharp as a sword that could pierce through everything. At this moment, even Chu Mu couldn't tell if Gu Wankong was real or fake. Then, the countless shadows on Gu Wankong's body separated to the left and right. They gathered together, and 2 people who looked exactly like Gu Gul Wankong appeared. Their expressions were exactly the same, and their swords were exactly the same too. The illusory Sky Nine Strikes. I have defined it as a supreme technique. However, I have only created 3 strikes now. Gul Wankong's voice sounded. It was very strange. The 3 of them were talking at the same time. It was as if they were talking from the same person. The power of the 3 strikes is equivalent to a normal top-tier, supreme technique. Gul Wankong explained the illusory Sky Nine Strikes that he had created. However, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the 3 Gul Wankongs were talking at the same time. It was very strange. Danger. Chu Mu felt a strong sense of danger. He felt that the 3 Gul Wankongs were all real. 1 Gul Wankong was enough to make him unable to gain the upper hand. If 3 Gul Wankongs attacked, the result would be obvious. Even so, Chu Mu wouldn't admit defeat. He wanted to experience the power of the illusory Sky Nine Strikes that Gul Wankong had created. He wanted to know how powerful it was. There was no fear. There was only excitement. The hand that was holding the sword trembled slightly. "Take this." The 3 Gul Wankongs spoke at the same time. One of them performed the chaotic space steps, one performed the chaotic space sword arts, and one performed the chaotic space force field. The 3 of them worked together and attacked Chu Mu. Chu Mu was under a lot of pressure. The one who performed the chaotic space steps would perform the spatial sword arts. The one who performed the chaotic space sword arts would be extremely powerful. The one who performed the chaotic space force field would perform the wind sword arts. The 3 of them performed the wind sword arts, respectively, and worked together seamlessly. They surrounded Chu Mu from 3 different angles. Even though Chu Mu had 2 swords in his hands, he couldn't defend himself. He was completely suppressed by Gul Wankong. This was also because Gul Wankong's illusory Sky Nine Strikes wasn't mature enough. Otherwise, if the 3 Gul Wankongs performed the chaotic space force field, the chaotic space sword arts, and the chaotic space steps at the same time, they would be able to defeat Chu Mu on the spot. Even though he was suppressed, Chu Mu was still fighting back with all his might. He performed all his sword arts without holding anything back. This made everyone even more surprised by the profundity and profoundness of his sword arts. Gul Wankong also admired Chu Mu. He was surprised that Chu Mu could still hold on under such pressure. The 3 great emperors put themselves in Chu Mu's shoes. If it were them back then, they wouldn't be able to fight against Gul Wankong, who used the illusory Sky Nine paths. However, Chu Mu relied on his profound and unpredictable sword techniques to forcefully hold on. However, the combined strength of the 3 Gul Wankongs was truly too powerful. Chu Mu was still slashed by the sword on his back. A wound appeared and blood gushed out like a fountain. He quickly controlled his muscles to close the wound. Chu Mu is injured. It seems like he can't hold on anymore. What a pity. With his strength, he could have defeated Qin Aoxian and become the 2nd seat of the martial saint. However, he chose to challenge Gul Wankong. He lost his last chance just like that. Everyone nodded. He's probably going to lose. At this moment, Chu Mu was also showing signs of losing. However, no one underestimated him. If it was Qin Aoxian, she wouldn't be able to fight against Gul Wankong either. Many thanks for Brother Gu's help. Next, I'll have to ask Brother Gu to evaluate what I just comprehended. Suddenly, just as Chu Mu showed signs of not being able to hold on, just as everyone, including Gul Wankong, thought that Chu Mu would definitely lose, Chu Mu let out a smile. Moreover, he said something that caused everyone to be confused. The last 2 words caused everyone's hearts to abruptly jump. They were extremely shocked because those 2 words were Sword Realm. Chapter 1295. Sword Realm. These 2 words represented terrifying power and terrifying talent. Swordsmen practice swordsmanship, 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 sword intent, and sword realm. However, Any swordsman who was successful in his cultivation could practice swordsmanship and comprehend sword intent. However, there were very few swordsmen who could master Sword Realm. Even sword saints of Eternal Realm didn't master Sword Realm. It could even be said that sword saints who had mastered Sword Realm were only a minority. But now, a swordsman who wasn't even 100 years old and was only at the early stage of the second sky of Nirvana Realm had said that he wanted his opponent to have a taste of Sword Realm. Could it be that he had really mastered Sword Realm? Gul Wankong and the other monstrous geniuses were shocked. Even a monstrous genius like him hadn't touched Sword Realm yet. Back then, when did you master Sword Realm? Great Emperor Bo, Su asked after a moment of silence. I mastered Sword Realm when I was at the 8th sky of Nirvana Realm, the middle-aged Great Emperor called and said. Me too, the female Great Emperor said. I mastered Sword Realm when I was at the 7th sky of Nirvana Realm, Great Emperor Bo Su said. The earlier one grasped the sword domain, the more it meant that one had unparalleled talent in swordsmanship. Basically, when great emperors mastered Sword Realm, they were mostly at the Nirvana Realm. However, they were at least at the 6th sky of Nirvana Realm. Most of them were at the 7th to 9th sky of Nirvana Realm. With Gul Wankong's talent, he might have mastered Sword Realm when he was at the 6th or 5th sky of Nirvana Realm. Chu Mu's cultivation is only at the early stage of the 2nd sky of Nirvana Realm. Maybe he's joking, the middle-aged Great Emperor said. The middle-aged Martial Emperor said. Soon after, his eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. His face was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Chu Mu had unleashed Sword Realm. The power of Sword Realm was formless and colorless. However, one could feel that with Chu Mu as the center, everything within a 1,000-meter radius was covered by Sword Realm. The sword domain was similar to a force field, but it was also different from a force field. Force fields mainly targeted the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Some of the more unique and powerful force fields could affect the mind or sword essence. Sword domain, on the other hand, did not target the laws, mind, or sword essence. It only weakened the opponent's speed and strength, thus affecting the opponent's strength. It weakened the opponent's strength and increased the user's strength and speed. Furthermore, within the sword domain, the owner of the sword domain would be able to clearly see everything that was happening within the sword domain. Any movement of the enemy would be clearly grasped by the owner. It was as if the owner could predict the enemy's movements, making it even more accurate to deal with them. As soon as Chu Mu released his sword domain, Gul Wankong immediately felt that his chaotic space force field was suppressed. It couldn't affect Chu Mu at all. The amplification of his spatial laws was also weakened. The powerful chaotic space force field almost lost its effect. Although Gul Wankong's chaotic space force field was only at the initial stage, his sword domain was too terrifying. Besides, Chu Mu's sword domain was also at the initial stage. The reason why he was able to release his sword domain at this moment was greatly related to the pressure brought by Gul Wankong. Chu Mu's sword skills had already reached the pinnacle. Furthermore, he had personally experienced the power of the sword domain. After that, Chu Mu would try to comprehend it whenever he had the time. However, he didn't make any progress. After the Azure Sky Illusory World and the Supreme Seat Challenge, he had personally witnessed the battles of many monstrous geniuses. He had displayed his sword skills many times, which had broadened his horizons, broadened his knowledge, and improved his sword skills. Now, he had gained the most from the battle with Gul Wankong. Furthermore, after Gul Wankong had displayed the illusory Sky 9 strikes, the 3 Gul Luangkongs had besieged him, which had brought him unprecedented pressure. With pressure came motivation. Chu Mu's comprehension of the sword domain had unknowingly reached a critical point. Finally, he had made a breakthrough and successfully comprehended the sword domain. His sword domain was only at the initial stage. However, the initial stage of the sword domain had already displayed shocking power. The 3 Gul Luangkongs were all suppressed. They could clearly feel that their strength and speed were suppressed by a force. They couldn't break free. Chu Mu's feeling was different from Gulwankong's. He only felt that he could see everything within 1,000-meter radius of the sword domain. Even if he didn't use his sword skills, he could sense everything clearly. He wouldn't miss any detail. It was a mysterious feeling that couldn't be described with words. It was a magical power that was above the power of seeing, listening, and touching the sword. Without saying a word, Gulwankong launched another attack. However, this time, Chu Mu could completely grasp the trajectory of the three Gulwankong's attacks. Furthermore, he could vaguely predict the trajectory of the next attack. This feeling surprised Chu Mu. However, he soon got used to it and was immersed in it. As soon as he launched his counterattack, Chu Mu felt that his strength and speed had increased. Although it wasn't much, it was obvious that his strength had increased. On the other hand, Gulwankong's strength and speed had been suppressed a little. Under this situation, Chu Mu was able to turn the tables and fight fiercely with the three Gulwankong's. The attacks of the three Gulwankong's were completely under Chu Mu's control. However, Chu Mu's counterattacks were always unexpected. Gulwankong had no choice but to use his full strength to deal with them. The battle between Chu Mu and Gulwankong was completely out of everyone's expectations. Originally, they thought that it was about time for Gulwankong to use the illusory Void Nine Paths. However, they didn't expect Gulwankong to create such a powerful technique. At this point, they also thought that it was about time for the battle to end. However, Chu Mu's tenacity exceeded everyone's expectations. Under the attacks of the three Gulwankong's, he managed to hold on even though he was at a disadvantage. At the last moment, just when everyone thought that Chu Mu was going to lose, the situation took a huge turn. Chu Mu actually used the Sword Realm. Once the Sword Realm was used, the two of them started to fight. Chu Mu turned the tables and fought fiercely with Gulwankong. They were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the victor. Level 5. Sword power was completely unleashed. It was extremely sharp. Every time they collided, it caused people to tremble. The illusory Void Nine Paths consumed a lot of energy. The Sword Realm also consumed a lot of energy. It couldn't be maintained for long. After a fierce battle, Gulwankong's two figures shook and shattered. They couldn't hold on anymore. Chu Mu's Sword Realm also collapsed. Chu Mu's divine wilderness sword energy had been used up in his dantian. His body's strength was also greatly depleted. Gulwankong's divine wilderness sword energy was also almost depleted. Gulwankong didn't stop. Chu Mu didn't stop either. They continued to fight. His muscles trembled as he channeled energy into his body. He held two swords in his hands. The swords vibrated at a frequency that couldn't be captured by the naked eye. He attacked Gulwankong again and again. Gulwankong's body wasn't weak. However, he didn't cultivate his body. It was difficult for him to fight against Chu Mu when his divine wilderness sword energy was almost depleted. Sword after sword. Every sword was fast and ferocious. Gulwankong was forced to retreat continuously. Even though he had mastered many techniques, he couldn't use them because he didn't have enough divine wilderness sword energy. He is actually suppressing Gulwankong. Unbelievable. Everyone was dumbfounded. Sword light produced countless illusions. Every sword was blazing fiercely. It was like a thunderbolt striking the sky. It was like a volcano erupting. However, under such a violent sword skill, there was a trace of flexibility. Not only did it not weaken the power of the sword skill, it even strengthened it to a certain extent. The connection between every sword was more perfect and there were no flaws. When his sword technique reached the pinnacle and broke through the limit, Chu Mu comprehended sword domain. The comprehension and mastery of sword domain fed back to Chu Mu, raising his sword technique attainments and indirectly raising his sword technique. Gulwankong gritted his teeth. He dodged and blocked again and again. He endured Chu Mu's attacks. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight back. It was that he didn't have the ability to fight back. At this stage of the battle, unless he consumed some pills or used some secret treasure, he could only do so. However, in this kind of battle, if he used pills or secret treasures, it would lose its original meaning. The two swords slashed downwards. That sword light was like the first flash of lightning that had cut through the darkness. It seemed like it was going to split the sky and the earth. Gu Wankong dodged one sword attack and blocked the other. A huge shockwave landed, and the sword in Gu Wankong's hand started to shake intensely. The shockwave hit his palm and numbed his palm. His palm started to crack and bleed. Even so, Gu Wankong still held his sword tightly. The shoulder strike was unstoppable. It was like a sharp sword piercing through. Every part of Chu Mu's body seemed to be able to turn into a sword. With a cracking sound, Gu Wankong's sternum was shattered. His body shook and he groaned. Blood came out from the corner of his mouth. Chu Mu didn't show any mercy. He took a step forward and slashed down again. It broke through Gu Wankong's defense and sent him flying dozens of meters away. The two swords slashed down. Two streaks of sword chi were like crescent moons. They crossed each other and slashed towards Gu Wankong. They were bright and sharp. Nothing could stop them. Gu Wankong, who was sent flying, landed on the ground. Before he could stabilize himself, he saw the two streaks of sword chi flying towards him. He quickly tried to dodge them. Although he was in a mess, he still managed to dodge them. It was unbelievable. Chu Mu didn't attack again. He didn't use his sword energy. Instead, he used his physical strength and shockwave energy to create sword chi. He used up a lot of his energy. Gu Wankong panted heavily. At this stage of the battle, both of them were about to be exhausted. However, the two of them were smiling to their heart's content. I don't have any energy left. What about you? Gu Wankong said after letting out a breath. One more thing. Chu Mu said honestly. You win. Gu Wankong admitted defeat. No one had expected that the final outcome would be like this. Even the unparalleled Gu Wankong lost. Gu Wankong is indeed unparalleled. However, Chu Mu's sword skills are unparalleled. Great Emperor Bosu said he was only at the early stage of the second sky of Nirvana realm. It had never happened before. Even in the era of gods, it had never happened before. As far as they knew, there was only one person who had comprehended the sword realm at the fourth sky of Nirvana realm. Chapter 1296. Unparalleled chaotic space. Chu Mu's supremacy. These two sentences were more powerful than anything else when they came from the mouth of an emperor. They would definitely sweep across the 4 major star regions of the human race. This is too exciting. I never thought that I would be able to witness such a battle. This is completely unexpected. I always thought that the first seat would be taken by Gu Wankong. I never thought that it would be Chu Mu in the end. After Gu Wankong admitted defeat, the first seat no longer belonged to him. It became Chu Mu's seat. He landed on the 4th seat. Chu Mu appeared on the first throne. Behind the enormous throne was a starry sky. When Chu Mu sat on it, the starry sky abruptly changed. Clusters of stars were densely packed, and the starlight was resplendent. The star atlas was distributed and rotated. Countless starlight streaked across the sky like meteors, like a tide. The background of the starry sky throne was a vast starry sky. However, it would change depending on the person. Chu Mu cultivated the astral calamity cultivation technique, causing the background of the starry sky throne to be even brighter. There were even more strange phenomena that appeared, dazzling the eyes of the spectators. As soon as Chu Mu sat on the starry sky throne, he was surrounded by a vast energy. His divine wilderness sword energy, physique, and spiritual sense were recovering at an unimaginable speed. In just 3 breaths' time, Chu Mu's cultivation strength had recovered to its peak. Because it was too fast, he felt that it was unreal. After all his strength had recovered to its peak, Under the influence of the vast energy, his vision and hearing became clearer. His thoughts became clearer, and his speed of circulation became faster. His comprehension ability was also strengthened by a few folds. For Chu Mu, who had a terrifying comprehension ability, the increase of a few folds was very impressive. It caused his comprehension ability to rise to a new level. Under such circumstances, Chu Mu abandoned all distracting thoughts and focused on comprehending the intense battle with Gu Wankong. He had the upper hand, he had been suppressed, he had been constantly improving himself through the battle. Chu Mu's comprehension of the void-shattering force field had deepened, and his attainments in swordsmanship had increased. Finally, he had comprehended the sword domain. Time and time again, he had gained new insights and harvests, causing Chu Mu's strength to rise by leaps and bounds. Originally, it was impossible for him to defeat Gu Wankong. However, because of his amazing power of understanding and the ability to improve himself in battle, his strength kept increasing. His body was also very tenacious. As long as he wasn't defeated in a short period of time, he would be able to recover quickly and deal with Gu Wankong. In the end, Gu Wankong was exhausted, and Chu Mu was almost completely drained. Only then did Gu Wankong admit defeat. It was an extremely difficult battle. Although Chu Mu had defeated Gu Wankong and obtained the first seat, the challenge for the seats was not over yet. It was now Yang Zhantian's turn. Yang Zhantian's battle intent soared to the sky. Without hesitation, he chose to challenge Chu Mu. He wasn't Gu Wankong's opponent. After watching the battle between Chu Mu and Gu Wankong, he also knew that he wasn't Chu Mu's opponent. However, the 100 Battles lineage cultivated the heaven fighting technique. They fought against the heavens and the earth, and their battle intent was endless. No matter who the opponent was, they wouldn't be afraid and would fight to the end. The stronger the opponent, the more their battle intent would be stimulated. The more they could train the battling heaven method and their battle intent. Yang Zhantian wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Chu Mu wasn't surprised at all. Chu Mu's expression slightly changed. Personally experiencing Yang Zhantian's battle intent made him feel his blood boiling, giving him an urge to fight. Yang Zhantian's battle intent was like a giant sword soaring into the sky. Without saying anything, Yang Zhantian unleashed all of his power. His sword was like a falling comet. His battle intent soared to the sky. The whistling sound was like endless waves. Sword domain! With a shout, Chu Mu's eyes lit up. He released his sword domain, covering an area of 1,000 meters. Yang Zhantian was enveloped by the sword domain. He instantly felt his strength and speed weaken. He wasn't even as strong as Gu Wankong. Since it was Chu Mu's second time using the sword domain, he was more familiar with it. Therefore, Yang Zhantian's speed and strength were weakened more than Gu Wankong's. On the other hand, Chu Mu's strength increased a lot. Under this situation, even though Yang Zhantian's fighting spirit was soaring to the heavens, he still felt that his hands and feet were tied. He was extremely sullen. Every sword attack seemed to be powerful, but it felt as if it wasn't powerful enough and was always dodged by Chu Mu. On the other hand, Chu Mu's counterattacks were plain and ordinary, yet they were always able to hit his weak points. Moreover, it was as if Chu Mu knew his next move, causing him to feel flustered. Yang Zhantian felt very aggrieved. However, he couldn't get rid of the suppression of the sword domain. This feeling of helplessness made him want to explode, but he couldn't. His face looked very ugly. Chu Mu didn't care about Yang Zhantian's feelings. He was using Yang Zhantian to train his sword domain. I admit defeat. Yang Zhantian couldn't take it anymore. He yelled. He was too aggrieved. He was being bullied. As soon as Yang Zhantian admitted defeat, Chu Mu naturally couldn't continue. He could only withdraw his sword domain, regretfully. After returning to the Starry Sky Supreme Seat, the power he used was completely recovered in a short time. Yang Zhantian lost. The Starry Sky Supreme Seat didn't change. It was the second Starry Sky Supreme Seat's turn. Everyone stared at Qi Naoxian. They wanted to see if she would give up or challenge Chu-Mu. After all, she could only challenge Chu-Mu. As expected, Qi Naoxian didn't give up. She challenged Chu-Mu. Qi Naoxian is probably not Chu-Mu's opponent. Yeah, the sword domain is too powerful. I want to see the sword domain, Qi Naoxian said directly. Said Qi Naoxian straightforwardly. As soon as she finished speaking, she cast Flying Immortal Force Field and used Flying Immortal Sword Technique and Flying Immortal Dance to attack Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu released Sword Domain and enveloped Qi Naoxian. Qi Naoxian immediately felt her body sink. Her strength and speed were clearly weakened by the suppression. The Flying Immortal Dance and Flying Immortal Sword Technique she used felt restrained, like an imprisoned true dragon. She felt powerless, as if she wanted to but did not have enough strength. Even if the Flying Immortal Sword Technique was incomparably exquisite, much more exquisite than the Chaotic Void Sword Technique, it still couldn't do anything to Chu-Mu. This was because Chu-Mu knew everything within the sword domain, like the back of his hand. The trajectory of the Flying Immortal Sword Technique's sword was clearly seen through by him due to the power of the sword domain, allowing him to react in advance. The Chaotic Void Sword Technique was capable of disrupting space, and it was capable of shuttling through space. It was capable of launching attacks from all directions. On the other hand, the Flying Immortal Sword Technique was inferior to the Chaotic Void Sword Technique in terms of lethality. However, it was superior in terms of subtlety. This was a rare opportunity. Chu-Mu didn't defeat Qi Naoxian directly. Instead, he pressured her into using the Flying Fairy Sword Technique to the extreme. All of the intricacies were shown to Chu-Mu. Qi Naoxian didn't know that Chu-Mu had seen through all of the intricacies of her Flying Fairy Sword Technique. Chu-Mu didn't have the cultivation method of the Flying Fairy Sword Technique, so he couldn't cultivate it. However, after seeing through the intricacies, he could still counterattack through the flaws of the Flying Fairy Sword Technique even without using the sword domain. Qi Naoxian knew that she couldn't do anything to Chu-Mu. However, she wanted to experience the sword domain for herself. Chu-Mu's sword domain had just been formed. It was at the entry level. It was the lowest level of the sword domain. Experiencing it for herself would be more intuitive. Both Qi Naoxian and Yang Zhantian had the same idea. It would help them comprehend the sword domain faster in the future. It would be a great help. In fact, if they had the chance, all of the geniuses wanted to experience it for themselves. However, they didn't have the chance now. They could only watch from the side and try their best to feel it. The Flying Fairy Sword Technique and Flying Fairy Dance couldn't do anything to Chu-Mu. Qi Naoxian held the Flying Fairy Sword and floated into the sky. White light shone brightly as if a fairy was circling around. She threw the Flying Fairy Sword up. Celestial music rang out. Streaks of white sword light flashed from the Flying Fairy Sword and filled the sky. The celestial music rang out. It made people feel like they had entered a fairyland. However, each streak of white sword light radiated with shocking sharpness. It made people tremble as if they were being cut apart. Even their souls were about to be shattered. Self-created, unique skill. Flying Fairy Sky Slashing Sword. Chu-Mu looked interested. One day he would create his own unique skill. Therefore, it was a good experience to experience someone else's unique skill. Streaks of white sword light slashed down. Each streak seemed to be able to cut open the sky. However, they couldn't cut through Chu-Mu's sword domain. Within the sword domain, the speed and power of the white sword light were reduced. Chu-Mu could feel the trajectory of each streak of sky slashing sword light. The sky slashing sword light was like a storm. It wanted to cut the sky and the earth into pieces. All living things in the sky and the earth were reduced to ashes. Chu-Mu moved his body. Each time, he was able to dodge the sky slashing sword light at the right time. After a while, the sky slashing sword light hit nothing. However, none of them hit Chu Mu. This result was very shocking. Before Chu Mu could fight back, Qin Aoxian admitted defeat. The sword domain was just too powerful. Of course, if Gul Wankong or Qin Aoxian reached the fourth sky of the Nirvana realm, they could resist the suppression of the sword domain with their powerful cultivation, unless Chu Mu's cultivation increased or the sword domain deepened. Although the sword domain was powerful, it had its limits. The last challenge was Gul Wankong's. In the previous 2 rounds, Gul Wankong didn't have the chance to challenge anyone because he was in the first seat. However, it was different now. Gul Wankong wasn't a saint. He wasn't someone without desires. He wasn't willing to be in the 4th seat. However, he knew that even if he fought with Chu Mu again, he wouldn't be able to defeat Chu Mu. Gul Wankong looked at Qin Aoxian. There was nothing strange about challenging Qin Aoxian. Even if he couldn't get the 1st place, he had to get the 2nd place. After all, the difference between the 2nd place and the 4th place was huge. Qin Aoxian tried her best in the battle against Gul Wankong. However, she was still defeated by Gul Wankong's sword. Gul Wankong's illusory sky 9 paths unique skill was very powerful. It suppressed Qin Aoxian. Now, the Heaven Youth list competition was over. In the end, Chu Mu was in the 1st place. Gul Wankong was in the 2nd place. Yang Zhantian was in the 3rd place. Qin Aoxian was in the 4th place. Su Yueshi was in the 5th place. Bai Yu was in the 6th place. Lian Hongyun was in the 7th place. Chapter 1297. On the huge green list, the final ranking was revealed. The first name was extremely eye-catching. How could it be Chu Mu? How is this possible? A series of absent-minded cries of surprise revealed the shock and disbelief in their hearts. Shouldn't it be Gul Wankong? How could he be second? Gul Wankong's cultivation was high and he was extremely talented. He was recognized as the number 1 on the Heaven Youth list. However, in the end, he was only second. The number 1 spot was taken by Chu Mu. They all knew that Chu Mu was a genius who had broken through to the early stage of the 2nd sky of Nirvana realm. However, he was able to take the number 1 spot. What did that mean? It meant that Chu Mu had defeated Gul Wankong. It meant that although Chu Mu's cultivation wasn't as high as Gul Wankong's, he was more powerful than Gul Wankong. For a moment, many people felt as if their hearts were being scratched by a cat. They really wanted to see what had happened and what the fight between Chu Mu and Gul Wankong was like. I didn't expect Chu Mu to take the number 1 spot. Is the Heavenly Sword Hall finally going to rise again after being silent for so many years? A great emperor sighed. The great emperors could see through the starry sky and see the result. Before the sword god had fallen, the Heavenly Sword Hall was undoubtedly the most prosperous human race. There were countless geniuses, and the other forces couldn't be compared to them. Even the descendants of some top great emperors could only compete with them. They couldn't surpass them. That era belonged to the Heavenly Sword Hall. However, after the sword god had fallen, the Heavenly Sword Hall had gradually declined and declined in all aspects. Chu Mu's talent is indeed rare. However, he shouldn't be too different from Gul Wankong. He might have been lucky to take the number 1 spot this time. Sometimes luck is also a kind of strength. The discussion about Chu Mu started. Just as the human race's 4 great star regions were about to unleash a storm named Chu Mu, the final moment of the Heavenly Youth list competition had arrived. The 100 freakish geniuses were seated on the seats of honor. The Heavenly Azure ranking appeared in the air above the 100 godly mountains, as well as the crowd. It was like a river of stars illuminating the ages. The 100 names on the Heaven Azure roll were so dazzling. The gazes of countless people gathered on the Tianqing leaderboard. It was as if they had traveled through time and space to gather here. Envy, surprise, excitement, the people of the 5 Elements Sword Sect and the Heavenly Sword Hall were overjoyed. Chu Mu winning first place made them so excited that they almost fainted. The next step was called the Blessing of Providence, fighting for a ranking on the Heaven Azure leaderboard. Other than fighting against the monstrous geniuses of the same generation, the greater purpose was to obtain the providence of the Heaven Azure leaderboard. The Heaven Azure leaderboard was a special treasure known as the Secret Treasure of Providence. It carried a huge amount of power of providence. The power of providence had always existed within the Heaven Azure leaderboard since its appearance. It would provide the power of providence to the monstrous geniuses who were able to be ranked on the Heaven Azure leaderboard. Although obtaining the power of providence wasn't truly obtaining providence and wasn't completely turning the providence into one's own, it would still strengthen one's own providence and make everything go smoothly. It was obviously helpful for cultivation and could even turn something rotten into something magical. In short, having a strong providence was an extremely good thing. Everyone wanted it. The Heaven Azure leaderboard in the air made a rustling sound as if it was being blown by a strong wind. The last name, which was the 100th name, lit up with a faint green glow. Immediately after, the 100th seat of honor automatically flew up and slowly rose to a height of 100 meters, floating right below the Heaven Azure leaderboard. On the Heaven Azure leaderboard, the name that was emitting a faint green glow suddenly shone brightly, covering the glow of the other names. It was as if a dragon was roaring, and the faint green glow on the name rushed out of the Heaven Azure leaderboard and turned into a small snake. After circling a few times in the air, it dived down. After the providence entered his body, the genius's body trembled and revealed a comfortable expression. The seat of honor slowly descended, and a faint red glow could be seen flickering on his body. It took a while for it to fade away. Immediately after, the name of the 99th genius on the Heaven Azure leaderboard also emitted a faint green glow. The 99th genius on the seat of honor flew into the air and floated right below the Heaven Azure leaderboard. His name shone brightly and turned into a small snake. After circling a few times in the air, it returned to his body. This was the process of obtaining the blessing. If one looked closely, they would notice that the faint green glow on the 100th seat of honor and the 99th seat of honor had a slight difference. However, it wasn't very obvious. A slight difference was still a difference. One by one, the geniuses rose into the sky. Their karmic luck appeared on the Tianqing, ranking again and again, turning into small snakes. Each snake was larger than the last, and its color continued to darken. It went from light green to light green, then to dark green, and finally to light blue. The color of the blessing could be divided into green, blue, red, and purple. Among them, purple was the most important. Purple blessing meant that the blessing was extremely powerful and shocking. The geniuses in the 100th to 60th High Noble's Providence belonged to the green category. The geniuses in the 61st to 31st High Noble's Providence belonged to the blue category. Starting from the 30th High Noble's Providence belonged to the red category. However, the blessing received by the 30th seat of honor was a faint red color. It turned into a meter-long snake dragon that let out a roar and spread out. From the 30th seat to the 11th seat of honor, the blessing's color deepened from faint red to dark red. The blessing flood dragon also increased from 1 meter to 3 meters in length. However, it still hadn't reached 3 meters in length. From the 10th seat of honor onwards, the blessing's color changed once again. The blessing's light changed from dark red to faint purple. It also changed from a 3-meter-long snake dragon to a 3-meter-long flood dragon. The difference between a flood dragon and a snake dragon was that a snake dragon didn't have claws, but a flood dragon did. It was of a higher level than a snake dragon. From the Heaven Azure leaderboard, a faint purple light flew out and turned into a 3-meter-long flood dragon. It let out a loud roar and circled a few times before swooping down, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. After the flood dragon entered his body, the 10th seat of honor trembled. His face was filled with comfort, as if he was enjoying himself. As the seat of honor landed, a faint purple blessing flickered on his body. Everyone was envious of him. Although it was only a faint purple, it was still a purple blessing. It was an extremely noble blessing. Soon, it was the ninth seat of honor's turn. The ninth seat's blessing flood dragon's color deepened, and its length increased to 2 meters. The 2-meter-long flood dragon roared and swooped down. After receiving the blessing of luck, the spirit of these monstrous geniuses immediately changed. They seemed to be in high spirits and were brimming with energy. One after another, the geniuses received the blessing. When it was Su Yueshi's turn, the length of the Jiao dragon had reached 60 feet, and its color had turned purple. Purple light flickered on her body, adding a sense of nobility to the demoness, making her even more charming. The fourth seat of honor was taken by Qi Naoxian. Her blessing flood dragon was 7 meters long, and its color was deeper than Su Yueshi's. The third seat of honor, Yang Zhantian, flew up and accepted the blessing. Yang Zhantian's blessing flood dragon was 8 meters long, and its color was closer to purple. It also contained traces of treasure light, making it look even more noble and extraordinary. It made Yang Zhantian's figure seem infinitely tall. Together with the seat of honor behind him, he looked like a flood dragon coming out of the sea. The second seat of honor, Gu Wankong, had a blessing flood dragon that was 9 meters long, and its color was deep purple. It shone with treasure light and looked very noble. It was much more noble than Yang Zhantian's. Moreover, the crowd noticed that Gu Wankong's blessing flood dragon was starting to shed its original form and transform into a real dragon. Gu Wankong's seat of honor was called the Sky Seat. Therefore, after the blessing flood dragon entered his body, there was a flood dragon soaring in the vast sky behind the Sky Seat of honor. It shuttled through the clouds and controlled the seas and the mountains. Finally, it was Chu Mu's turn. He was the first seat of honor, the Starry Sky Seat of honor. The Starry Sky Seat of honor carried Chu Mu and slowly rose into the sky. It floated below the Tianqing ranking. On the Tianqing ranking, Chu Mu's name shone brightly. The color of the light wasn't deep purple, but purple gold. It was a unique color that attracted the attention of the crowd. The purple gold light was pure and flawless. It could be said to be perfect. It made the crowd gasp. It's so beautiful. This color, the one and only purple gold color. I wonder how strong the purple gold blessing flood dragon is. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the light on the name shone brightly. It was like the sun hanging in the sky, causing the crowd to cover their eyes. It was too bright and dazzling. Next, an earth-shattering dragon roar resounded in the crowd's ears. It reverberated through the heavens and the earth, piercing through time and space. A dragon that was 10 feet long appeared in the sky. It was lifelike. It had already surpassed the category of a flood dragon. It was a real dragon. The blessing flood dragon soared in the sky above the 100 godly mountains. It controlled the heavens and the earth, as if it was going to enter the starry sky. What a strong blessing, flood dragon. It's actually the blessing flood dragon. With the help of the blessing flood dragon, Chu Mu will soar into the sky. No one can be compared to him. Emperor Su sighed in envy. After the blessing flood dragon circled in the sky 9 times, its eyes shone brightly. It dove down and entered Chu Mu's body. Chu Mu's body trembled. It was as if he was soaking in a hot spring. It was extremely comfortable. It was indescribable. It was even more comfortable than when he broke through. After the blessing flood dragon entered his body, a true dragon appeared in the starry sky behind the first seat. It soared in the boundless starry sky, controlling the Milky Way and the Sea of Stars. Chapter 1298. The vigorous Heaven Azure list battle, from the beginning to the end of the 4 stages, took a total of close to half a year and finally ended. However, the end wasn't really the end. It was a brand new beginning. After half a year, the construction of the Heaven Azure Palace was completed. The Heaven Azure Palace was built by the Heavenly Sword Hall with the help of various great emperors. It floated in the starry sky and existed independently. Although it belonged to the Heavenly Sword Hall in name, it existed independently. The Heaven Azure Palace existed in the starry sky and was considered a half-world. There was a strong spatial barrier and countless powerful seals that protected the Heaven Azure Palace. Even a great emperor wouldn't be able to break through it in a short period of time. The current Heaven Azure Palace master was the Evergreen Great Emperor. The Evergreen Great Emperor was the oldest among the human race great emperors. The Evergreen Great Emperor's strength was unfathomable. However, he had been in seclusion for many years and hadn't fought for tens of thousands of years. Hence, no one knew how strong he was. Even the chaotic sky Great Emperor admitted that he wasn't as strong as the Evergreen Great Emperor. This time, the Evergreen Great Emperor was invited to be the Heaven Azure Palace master. With the Evergreen Great Emperor overseeing the Heaven Azure Palace, they would be safe. After all, the Heaven Azure list battle was held in the Heaven Azure Palace. It was extremely important as it concerned the fate of the human race's monstrous geniuses. If the 100 monstrous geniuses on the Heaven Azure list could grow up and become great emperors, the human race's strength would increase tremendously. Their ranking among the 100 races would skyrocket, especially the top 10 monstrous geniuses. Once they became great emperors, they would be the strongest among the great emperors. They would be the mainstay of the human race and would be feared by the foreign races. Hence, the existence of the Heaven Azure Palace was extremely important. Otherwise, if the Heaven Azure list was taken away or lost by the foreign races, it would be a great loss to the human race. Other than the Evergreen Great Emperor overseeing the Heaven Azure Palace, there were 2 other great emperors who took turns to oversee the matters of the Heaven Azure Palace. They also started to form the Heaven Azure Sword Guards. According to the high standards, every Heaven Azure Sword Guard was at the immemorial realm. The commander of the Heaven Azure Sword Guards was an expert at the High Sword Saint level. After the Heaven Youth list contest ended, all the demon-like geniuses left the Holy Sword Star and returned to their respective places. When I go back this time, I will go into seclusion for a period of time. After I come out of seclusion, my strength will definitely increase significantly. At that time, I will look for you to fight again. Before leaving, Lien Honyun said to Chu Mu, I will also look for you to fight again. Yang Zhantian's battle intent was still strong, and it did not diminish in the slightest. Just you wait, Su Yueshi said coldly. Qi Naoxian took a deep look at Chu Mu and said nothing. See you in the future. Gu Wankong smiled lazily. Chu Mu nodded. These were all strong opponents with outstanding talents. After the Heaven Azure list competition, they had all obtained Purple Fate. After going into seclusion to cultivate, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. It was even possible for them to soar into the sky. The next time they met, their cultivations would definitely be much stronger than they were now. Chu Mu was also looking forward to it. He was confident that his strength would increase significantly in a short period of time. After that, he would be able to fight with strong opponents again. Just thinking about it made him excited. Starships flew out of the Holy Sword Star one after another. They flew at their maximum speed in the vast starry sky. Suddenly, the sky was filled with flowing light. As for Chu Mu and the rest, they went through the Gate of Starry and went through the teleportation portal directly to the Heavenly Sword Hall's side hall. After that, they used the Gate of Starry of the Heavenly Sword Hall's side hall to teleport across galaxies to the main hall of Heavenly Sword Hall. This was the intention of the main hall master of Heavenly Sword Hall. After all, Chu Mu had obtained the first place on the Heaven Azure list. That was a big deal. The 5 Elements Sword Sect had originally wanted to welcome Chu Mu back. Unfortunately, besides being a disciple of the 5 Elements Sword Sect, Chu Mu was also the son of God of Heavenly Sword Hall. His status was much higher than that of a disciple of the 5 Elements Sword Sect. However, Chu Mu did not return to the Five Elements Sword Sect. The Five Elements Sword Sect's reputation was still great. Once again, it was known throughout the Night Darkness Galaxy and the Demon Sword Star Zone. The four major star zones also knew about the existence of such an overlord sect. Moreover, there were many geniuses from other star zones who specially rushed to the Night Darkness Galaxy of the Demon Sword Star Zone. Their purpose was to join the Five Elements Sword Sect and become a disciple of the Five Elements Sword Sect. This was the effect of Chu Mu's reputation. In the main hall of Heavenly Sword Hall, the main hall master, deputy main hall master, and various elders were all present. The 10 sons of God had also arrived in the main hall. All of them had a cheerful look on their faces. They looked very happy. First place on the Heaven Youth list. Although they had imagined it before, they actually did not dare to be sure. This was because they knew about people like Yang Zhantian, Qi Naoxian, Gu Luankong, and the others. They were super monstrous geniuses with powerful inheritances, profound cultivation, and tyrannical strength. They only thought that it would be good if Chu Mu could make it into the top 10. It would be best if he could make it into the top 3. However, that was just wishful thinking. It was a kind of extravagant hope. Unexpectedly, Chu Mu made it to the 4th place. To them, this was already the best result. This meant that a monstrous genius had finally appeared in the Heavenly Sword Hall who could contend with those tyrannical, great emperor's descendants. In the end, Chu Mu's ranking directly rose to the 1st place. He was at the top of the list. All of a sudden, the people of the Heavenly Sword Hall were stunned. They could not believe it. In the end, Chu Mu was ranked 1st. Such a result made the people of the Heavenly Sword Hall jump and laugh. All of them were old monsters who had cultivated for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They were so excited that they were like young people. In the Heaven Youth virtual world, Chu Mu had obtained the 1st place on the Heaven Ascension list. However, that was a competition of potential. The last battle of the Heaven Youth list was a competition of strength. Chu Mu's talent was very strong and his strength was not weak. However, his cultivation was too low. It was his weakness and his shortcoming. Moreover, the techniques that he had mastered were also limited. In comparison, Chu Mu came from the outside world. He was not a genius born and bred in the ancient God world. He first became a disciple of the Five Elements Sword Sect. After that, he experienced some things and became the Shensi of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Although the Heavenly Sword Hall was not as good as before, it still had a profound foundation. It was not inferior to those top great emperors. However, Chu Mu had only been a Shensi for a short period of time. There were many resources that he had not used yet. Unknowingly, his foundation and accumulation could not be compared to the top great emperor's descendants. His background, foundation, and cultivation could not be compared to the top great emperor's descendants. However, in the end, he took the 1st place. Who wouldn't be shocked? For a period of time, discussions about Chu Mu could be heard wherever one went. His background was also gradually uncovered. When people found out that Chu Mu had come from the outside world, they were even more shocked. Most people had not experienced the cultivation environment of the outside world personally. However, they had heard that compared to the ancient God world, it was said that the cultivation environment was very poor. However, such a demonic genius had appeared in such a place. No one knew what to say. This time, other than Chu Mu, the 1st Shensi, Guanlin, the 2nd Shensi, Murong Qingfeng, and the 3rd Shensi, Tuobajan, were also on the Heaven Youth list. Chu Mu was 1st, Guanlin was 19th, Murong Qingfeng was 48th, and Tuobajan was 72nd. Other than Guanlin and Chu Mu, Murong Qingfeng and Tuobajan's rankings were only average. However, they were not bad. In the top 100, there were 4 Shensi from the Heavenly Sword Hall. The strongest one was Chu Mu, who was in 1st place. A round of praise was inevitable. However, it did not take up much time. The chief palace master and the rest understood that Chu and the rest could take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate in seclusion. It would be extremely effective. After bidding farewell, Chu also returned to Jin Tian's floating island. Although 6 Shensi had been eliminated, it did not prevent them from cultivating in seclusion. However, their improvement was not as great as Chu and the rest. After giving his instructions, Chu directly entered the cultivation room and started cultivating in seclusion. After nearly half a year of the Heaven Youth List competition, Chu's cultivation and strength were constantly improving. He had gained the most from the last battle. It's a pity. If I could comprehend and cultivate in the Starry Sky Supreme Seat, the effect would definitely be 100 times better than the outside world. Chu secretly sighed. The Starry Sky Supreme Seat had a magical power. It was extremely helpful for comprehension and cultivation. However, the use of the Starry Sky Supreme Seat was not without a price. Every time it was activated, it would consume a large amount of energy. It had only been activated for a short period of time, but the energy consumed was extremely shocking. It caused the spiritual chi of the universe in the celestial sword star to become more than 30% thinner. This was something that would take hundreds of years or even longer in the future to recover. Otherwise, if they could use the Starry Sky Supreme Seat with a small price, the human tribe could definitely use the Starry Sky Supreme Seat to cultivate more geniuses and make the human tribe stronger. Since the human tribe had the Starry Sky Supreme Seat, the strange tribe naturally had other treasures as well. However, they would have to pay a hefty price to use them. Chu and the rest went into seclusion. After Gu Luankong, Qi Naoxian, Yang Zhantian, and the rest of the geniuses on the Heaven Youth list left the celestial sword star and returned to their respective sects. They immediately went into seclusion in their cultivation rooms. This time, they would not be in seclusion for 1 or 2 months. It might not even be half a year or a year. It might be 2 or 3 years or even longer. After they came out of seclusion, the strength of each of the geniuses would increase by leaps and bounds. After the storm, there was silence. However, everyone was looking forward to seeing what kind of storm these geniuses would stir up after the silence. The Heaven Youth List competition lasted for less than half a year. In terms of the development of the tribes, it was insignificant. It was like a drop in the ocean. Even though the human tribe had sealed the 4 major star regions, when the strange tribes discovered and wanted to investigate, the seal would slowly be lifted. Everything was set in stone. Unless the strange tribes wanted to start a race war, they could only accept it. It was impossible to start a race war in a short period of time. Once it started, it would definitely affect the 100 tribes and cause great suffering. Even though the human tribe was declining, they still had a strong foundation and were not easy to deal with. Time passed slowly. In the vast starry sky, there seemed to be no end. There were various starships flying at high speed towards the depths of the ancient god world, as if they were exploring the mysteries of the ancient god world. Chapter 1299. A long, long time ago, the Archean world was a huge and complete world. After the War of the Gods and the slaughter of the 100 races, the center of the Archean world was shattered. Some of the continents were shattered and separated from the Archean world, forming living continents such as the ancient Sword Continent. After some time, these living continents were found one after another, and the connection between them and the Archean world was re-established. As for the ancient god world, it was located at the center of the Archean world. After the Archean world was shattered, the rules and laws changed, and it was separated from the Archean world, forming 2 independent worlds that complemented each other. Time and space were undoubtedly very mysterious. The center of the Archean world was not very big. However, the ancient god world that was formed after the Archean world was like a universe. It was many times bigger than the current Archean world. There was no comparison. In the ancient god world, there were many star areas. Some of these star areas were inhabited by living beings, while others were abandoned star areas. The so-called abandoned star areas referred to galaxies formed by planets without any signs of life. They were not suitable for cultivation, nor were they suitable for living, because the environment was extremely harsh. The human clan occupied 4 star areas. The other races also occupied some star areas. However, no matter what race they were, most of them would send some people to the ancient god sector on their starships to explore and search for other life star areas and other life star areas. Every star region with life contained a lot of resources. These resources were helpful for the reproduction of the race, and it was a place that the 100 races would fight for. Starships sailed in groups of 3 to 5 in the vast starry sky. They left the human race's territory and the other races' territories and went deeper into the ancient god world. These starships had different shapes. Some were sword-shaped starships, some were pitch-black starships that looked like ferocious beasts, some were like flying eagles, some were like giant pythons, and some were like round plates. These starships were the starships of the 100 clans. They were the vanguard starships of the 100 clans. They were starships that explored other life forms in the ancient god world. These starships also discovered their own existence, but they did not attack each other. Their mission was not to destroy each other, but to explore the depths of the starry sky. As they flew, they saw a ball of blue light at the front of the starship. The light was very deep, as if it contained countless mysteries. It attracted the people on the starship to explore it. No matter what race they were, when they saw the deep blue ball of light, they were attracted and flew in from all directions. Full speed ahead. The captains of every starship gave similar orders. There was a saying that went, "Looking at a mountain seems to be running a horse to death." It seemed very close, as if it was right in front of you, but it was actually very far away. The deep blue cluster of light seemed to be within reach. However, every starship flew at full speed for several months before they finally approached it. The deep blue was not a cluster of light, but a huge oval. It was like a huge egg that was giving out deep blue light. The 10,000 M long starship was as tiny as an ant in front of the huge deep blue egg. It was like a grain of sand compared to a vast ocean. There was no comparison between the two at all. The deep blue light was emitted, and it was full of powerful energy fluctuations. There was a trace of attraction in it, which made people want to go in and explore it. However, no one did so directly. The vast starry sky was full of unknown dangers. Sometimes a meteorite could be some kind of giant beast of the starry sky. Once it was awakened, it could erupt with terrible, destructive power. They had been in the vast starry sky for many years and had seen too much. They were more cautious and would not be easily fooled. Many starships stopped in front of the deep blue light, activated their functions, and analyzed it. The results of the analysis showed that the deep blue light was just a kind of gas, a kind of energy gas, and was harmless. Then, the doors of the starships opened, and the saints of the eternal realm flew out of the starships. They approached the deep blue light and wanted to enter, but they were blocked by a soft and indestructible force. No matter how hard they tried, they could not enter. Helpless, the experts of the various races could only study and explore the periphery. In the end, they confirmed that there was a world inside the deep blue light, a world with life. As the research and exploration progressed, more and more secrets were unearthed. Finally, when they felt that it was about time, the various races started the starships to return at full speed. They did not care about the loss of their starships at all, because they knew that the sooner they returned to their respective starfields and reported this matter, the more likely they would have an advantage. If there was a world with life inside the deep blue light, it would be a great opportunity for every race. They could not miss it. Time passed slowly. In the Zhan-Tian floating island, Chu Mu was alone in the cultivation room of the Zhan-Tian palace. The bright light bead released light, making the cultivation room as bright as day. Chu Mu sat in the middle of the cultivation room, and his body seemed to be flickering with light. Wisps of yuan qi of heaven and earth seeped out from the 4 walls of the cultivation room, from the ceiling above and from the floor below. They turned into wisps of meandering energy that swam toward Chu Mu and entered Chu Mu's body to be absorbed and refined by him. Closed-door cultivation was comprehensive, but there were also important points because if one pursued comprehensive improvement, it would undoubtedly take more time. It was not easy to improve one's cultivation. Under normal circumstances, it would often take time to accumulate. After cultivating to the nirvana realm, even if one was a genius, it would often take a lot of time to increase one's cultivation by one heavenly layer. Sometimes a few years would not be enough, but it was necessary to cultivate a cultivation technique. As long as one had time, they would cultivate. No matter how long it was also a kind of accumulation. Good accumulation would lead to success. Cultivating the divine wilderness sword art and the astral calamity cultivation technique was supplementary. The main point of Chu Mu's closed-door cultivation was to comprehend. Comprehending sword arts, sword domain, void-breaking force field, and the other inheritance of the void-breaking secret manual. He did not neglect the cultivation of the various laws of heaven and earth. This made Chu Mu's schedule very tight. He wished that he could use one day as 10 days, and also wished that he could divide himself into 10, one to comprehend this and one to cultivate that. They would each divide their work and advance together. Unfortunately, that was impossible. After cultivating, Chu Mu stood up and left the cultivation room, heading for the sword training room. The sword training room was right next to the cultivation room. With the heaven beheading sword in hand, Chu Mu first cultivated his sword arts. The final challenge of the Heavenly Youth list had caused Chu Mu's sword arts attainments to increase significantly. Then he comprehended the sword domain, causing Chu Mu's sword arts to reach a new height. This affected his sword arts, causing his sword arts attainments to increase even more. At this point, Chu Mu had already been in closed-door cultivation for close to a year. In the sword training room, he displayed his sword arts. It was just a basic sword art, but it was as if he had the help of the gods. Every stroke was exquisite and unparalleled. As he practiced, there was a silver luster on the sword, like flowing water. Although it looked like water, it had a shocking sharpness, as if it could cut open the void. That was sword energy, and it was an extremely powerful sword energy. It surpassed the 5th level of sword energy. This sword energy had reached the 6th level. The 6th level of sword energy could increase the power of sword arts by 7 times. Sword energy was like cultivation. The higher the level, the harder it was to cultivate. In the nirvana realm, there were very few swordsmen who could cultivate sword energy to the 6th level. And to be able to grasp the 6th level of sword energy in the initial stage of the nirvana realm was even rarer. The reason why Chu Mu was able to grasp the 6th level of sword energy so quickly was directly related to the Heavenly Youth list. After practicing the sword art a few times, Chu Mu put away his sword and stood still. He held his breath and concentrated. Immediately after, a mysterious power spread out from his body. It was the sword realm. The sword realm was divided into entry, initial, desheng, and complete. The difference between each level was huge and unimaginable. Chu Mu had only grasped the entry sword realm. Although he had cultivated for close to a year, the progress of the sword realm was not obvious. He had only become more familiar with its application. Within the range of the sword realm, everything was clearly sensed by Chu Mu. He saw through every detail and nothing could escape him. However, although the power of the sword realm was powerful, it was limited. If one's strength surpassed Chu Mu by too much, the sword realm would not be able to suppress the opponent. Chu Mu would also not be able to see through the opponent's attacks. At the end of the day, whether it was sword art, sword realm, or force field, cultivation was the foundation and the most important thing. Without sufficient cultivation, all powerful techniques would not be able to unleash their true power. After cultivating the sword realm, Chu Mu rested for a while. After recovering his strength, he began cultivating the void-shattering force field. The force field and the sword realm were similar, but there were also differences. When comparing the two, the sword realm was superior. However, the force field also had its own ingenuity. Although he had grasped the sword realm, Chu Mu would not give up on cultivating the force field. He still wanted to grasp more force fields. He even had an idea, which was to fuse the force field and the sword realm. However, it was very difficult. After trying a few times, he had always failed. However, this did not stop Chu Mu from working hard. If he continued to try, there would definitely be a day when he would succeed. Just the thought of combining the force field and the sword realm made Chu Mu somewhat excited. The power would definitely be very powerful. After cultivating the void-shattering force field for a while, Chu Mu recovered his strength and began cultivating the other inheritance of the void-shattering secret manual. It was an absolute art that was of a higher grade and more powerful than the void-piercing sword chi. Its grade had reached the level of a high-grade absolute art. This high-grade absolute art was called the Void Nirvana Sword. As a high-grade absolute art, its power was more than 10 times stronger than the void-piercing sword chi. Naturally, the difficulty of cultivating it was also many times higher than the void-piercing sword chi. Even after almost a year of cultivation, Chu Mu had only grasped the basics of it. He was still not proficient enough. Cultivating. Time flew by. In a flash, 5 years had passed. Chapter 1300. Each seclusion lasted for 5 years. He had also completely absorbed and mastered the various comprehensions he had gained from the Heaven Youth list battle and turned them into his own strength. After 5 years of seclusion, the geniuses came out one after another. At this time, many of them were over 100 years old. However, they were still listed on the Heaven Youth list and were blessed by the Providence. Unless someone challenged them and defeated them, they would not be able to obtain the Providence of the other party. However, it was not that easy to issue a challenge. The Heaven Youth Palace had rules. Firstly, the age of the challenger could not be over 100 years old. Secondly, the Heaven Youth Palace would make arrangements as soon as possible. Then, there would be a battle to determine the winner. Thirdly, each challenger only had one chance to issue a challenge. The geniuses who could be listed on the Heaven Youth list were not to be underestimated. After a few years of seclusion, they would absorb various comprehensions and settle down. Their cultivation would increase, and they would become stronger in all aspects. They would become more powerful and difficult to shake. Usually, if others wanted to be listed on the Heaven Youth list, they would have to wait for the next Heaven Youth list battle. However, by then it would be a different batch of people after 100 years. Unexpectedly, someone came to visit Chu Mu as soon as he came out of seclusion. God, son of God Chu, I am Chun Yi, the messenger of the Heaven Youth Palace. I am here because someone has nominated a challenge, and I am here to invite you. Chun Yi said directly after cupping his hands in front of his chest to Chu Mu. Challenge me. Chu Mu was stunned. He had imagined what would happen after he came out of seclusion, but he did not expect that the first thing he would do after coming out of seclusion would be to receive a challenge. Is it Lian Hongyun or Yang Zhantian? Chu Mu asked. Neither. It's a newcomer, Chun Yi said. Chu Mu was curious. He thought for a while. He had just come out of seclusion, and there was nothing important at the moment. After informing Chun Yi, he left with Chun Yi and headed to the Heaven Youth Palace. Chu Mu had not been to the Heaven Youth Palace since it was built. He wanted to take the opportunity to take a look and see for himself. Along the way, Chun Yi introduced the challenger to Chu Mu. The challenger's name was Feng Guxia. He came from a small family and was a monstrous genius himself. He was 98 years old this year. 5 years ago, during the Heaven Youth list battle, he did not appear because he had some fortuitous encounters and was receiving his inheritance. Feng Guxia had appeared 2 years ago. As soon as he appeared, he went around challenging the monstrous geniuses. He defeated them one by one with the sword in his hand. Even some of the monstrous geniuses on the Tianqing list were defeated by his sword. Among them, the one with the highest ranking was the genius ranked 21st, who was also defeated by Fang Guxia's sword. Because of this, Fang Guxia received the title of Evil Sword. Evil Sword. This meant that Fang Guxia's swordsmanship was very evil. Otherwise, he wouldn't have received such a title. Fang Guxia and Evil Sword's names were getting more and more famous. Coincidentally, most of the geniuses on the Tianqing list were in seclusion, and their reputations were not as great as before. Evil Sword's name, Fang Guxia, seemed to be catching up. However, it was unknown whether it was due to absolute confidence in his own strength or arrogance. Not long ago, Evil Sword Fang Guxia had made an application to the Heaven Youth Palace, stating that he wanted to challenge Star Sky Sovereign Chu Mu, who was on the Tianqing list. Fang Guxia's age and other aspects met the challenge criteria. He was also strong enough. Therefore, the Heaven Youth Palace did not reject him. Instead, they sent envoy Chen Yi to look for Chu Mu. After hearing Chen Yi's introduction, Chu Mu's interest in Fang Guxia, who was known as Evil Sword, increased. Many years ago, he had a fortuitous encounter and had been receiving his inheritance. After coming out, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Many of the geniuses on the Tianqing list had been defeated by his sword. This showed that he was extremely strong. Chu Mu also knew that there were still some geniuses, like Fang Guxia. After all, the 4 major galaxies were not small. There were countless planets with life and various half-worlds and secret realms. Since ancient times, there were countless geniuses. Some of them had fallen, but left behind their corresponding inheritances. The younger generation would always have the opportunity to obtain their inheritances. Fang Guxia's inheritance should be pretty good. Under Chen Yi's lead, Chu Mu arrived at the Heaven Youth Palace. The Heaven Youth Palace was located within the half-world. The so-called half-world could be understood as a unique world where half of it was attached to the starry sky and the other half extended into the depths of space. It had a powerful spatial barrier that was difficult to break through. Chu Mu carefully sensed it. He found that with his current attainments in the laws of space, he was unable to pass through the spatial barrier. The expert who had created this half-world had attainments in the laws of space that surpassed Chu Mu's by who knew how many times. Indeed, the expert who had created this half-world was the Chaotic Sky Emperor. The Chaotic Sky Emperor's attainments in the laws of space were countless times higher than Chu Mu's. There was simply no comparison between the two. Chen Yi was the Heaven Youth Palace's envoy, so he naturally had a way to bring Chu Mu in. The Heaven Youth Palace's main hall was like a towering tree that grew between heaven and earth. A dense aura of life filled the entire half-world. It was said that the evergreen immortal emperor was in seclusion at the peak of the Heaven Youth Palace. He wouldn't appear normally and would only appear when there was a major event. Chen Yi brought Chu Mu directly into a side hall. It was an extension of the huge tree. There was a person sitting in the side hall with his eyes closed as if he was cultivating. When Chu Mu saw this person, his first impression was that his appearance was ordinary. If he was placed in a crowd, it would be difficult to distinguish him. He was very ordinary, and his aura was also very ordinary. There was nothing special about him. As if sensing Chu Mu and Chen Yi's arrival, this person opened his eyes. In an instant, Chu Mu felt that this person's aura had changed greatly. Everything was because of his eyes. He didn't know how to describe it, but there was a feeling of evil. An evil aura was emitted from his body. There was no need for an introduction. Chu Mu knew that this person was the person who had challenged him, Evil Sword Fang Guxia. "You are Chu Mu?" Fang Guxia asked with a smile on his face. It made him look even more evil. In an instant, his ordinary face became very unique. Even if there were millions of people, he would be recognized quickly. Chu Mu nodded. "Since you want to challenge me, let's start." "Very well." The evil aura on Fang Guxia's face became even more obvious. Chu Mu could feel that Fang Guxia's cultivation was at the peak of the third sky of Nirvana realm. Although it was related to luck, it also meant that Fang Guxia's talent was very strong. He could be considered a monstrous genius. Unfortunately, time didn't wait for him. Otherwise, if he participated in the Heaven Youth ranking 5 years ago, he might have been able to get into the top 10. It was also because he had absolute confidence in his own strength that Fang Guxia challenged all the monstrous geniuses. He didn't even let some of the people on the Heaven Youth ranking go. After confirming his own strength, he applied to the Heaven Youth Palace to challenge Chu Mu. According to him, since he wanted to challenge, he should do his best. Otherwise, he might as well not do it. It was very extreme. Of course, Fang Guxia was confident in his own inheritance and strength. He was confident that he could defeat Chu Mu and replace him, because his inheritance was a powerful inheritance that belonged to the era of gods. It was the inheritance of a peak great emperor. Chu Mu wasn't sure about Fang Guxia's confidence and thoughts, nor would he probe. He only knew that if he challenged him, he would defeat the other party. That was all. This could be considered a big deal, but it wasn't a big deal either. It was just a challenge. Therefore, it didn't cause much of a commotion. Only the inner members of the Heaven Youth Palace knew about it. One of the 2 vice palace masters, the 100 Flowers Emperor, appeared in the side palace to host this challenge. The 100 Flowers Emperor had a flowery fragrance on her body. She looked like a mature and charming beauty. Her close-fitting flower robe made her even more charming. The 100 Flowers Emperor's beautiful eyes landed on Chu Mu's face, filled with admiration. She admired such a monstrous junior. Next, the 100 Flowers Emperor looked at Fang Guxia. Fang Guxia was younger than Chu Mu, but his cultivation base was higher than Chu Mu's. Furthermore, he was extremely strong. The 100 Flowers Emperor hoped that there would be more juniors like him. Only then would the human race be stronger. Regardless of whether Chu Mu or Fang Guxia won this battle, the 100 Flowers Emperor would be happy to see it. You guys can start now. The 100 Flowers Emperor's voice was as melodious as spring water. I heard that you've mastered the sword domain. Since that's the case, why don't you show it to me? Fang Guxia said evilly. As the sound of his voice faded, waves of energy spread out from his body. These waves of energy were somewhat sinister. Heavenly Evil Force Field. Fang Guxia was from the lineage of the Heavenly Evil Emperor. Naturally, his unique force field was the Heavenly Evil Force Field. The Heavenly Evil Force Field spread out with traces of evil energy, instantly wrapping around Chu Mu. Chu Mu instantly felt all sorts of heaven and earth law powers being suppressed. Moreover, on the mental level, his divine remembrance power was also suppressed by a lot and even received some sort of interference. Chu Mu didn't release his sword domain. Instead, he released his void-breaking force field. Fang Guxia might be a good opponent. He could use this opportunity to test out his gains from his 5 years of seclusion. The moment the void-breaking force field appeared, traces of silver light extended outwards. Each of them was incomparably sharp, slicing apart the void and enveloping Fang Guxia. Fang Guxia was stunned at first, but soon after he was infuriated. This wasn't a sword domain, but a force field. He was very confident, but Chu Mu didn't release his sword domain. This made him a little annoyed, as he felt that he was being looked down upon. For someone like him who had challenged and defeated many monstrous geniuses, this was a kind of humiliation. He secretly made up his mind. Since this person was looking down on him, he would use his own strength and the sword in his hand to teach this person a lesson and defeat him ruthlessly. With a thought, Fang Guxia slashed out with his sword. It seemed like a simple slash, but it carried a sinister feeling. It was as if this sword was everywhere and there was no way to dodge it. The Heavenly Evil lineage had their own unique attainments in sword skills. Their style leaned towards the sinister and didn't stick to one pattern. It was very exquisite. Chu Mu's eyes lit up. Chapter 1301. Fang Guxia's attainments in swordsmanship were profound. What he displayed was the style of swordsmanship inherited from the heavenly diabolism. Once he displayed it, there seemed to be rolling sword light, endless and intermittent, flickering intermittently. In short, this was an extremely evil sword technique. It was neither strange nor evil. It was somewhere between the two, and it was difficult to describe it clearly. It was Chu Mu's first time seeing such a style of swordsmanship. Therefore, he countered every move as he fought with Fang Guxie, constantly learning the characteristics of Fang Guxie's swordsmanship. For a moment, in the eyes of the bystanders, both sides were evenly matched. The void-shattering force field wasn't inferior to the heavenly evil force field. They both countered each other, each having their own buffs and weaknesses. They both had their own strengths. Chu Mu didn't intentionally attack, only constantly dodging Fang Guxie's sword techniques. Occasionally, a sword would be like a stroke of genius, forcing Fang Guxie to change moves and unleash even more strength. Fang Guxie himself was in the middle of it and did not know what was going on. He just felt that Chu Mu did not seem to be as powerful as the rumors made him out to be. He thought that it was because he was strong enough. Only Chu Mu and the spectating 100 Flowers Empress saw everything clearly. Chu Mu was leading Fang Guxie by the nose. This kid's sword skills are even more refined than 5 years ago. The 100 Flowers Emperor sighed. Even though the 100 Blossoms Emperor hadn't appeared in the seat of honor challenge 5 years ago, she had paid close attention to every single battle. She had witnessed Chu Mu's swordsmanship many times, and she could tell that Chu Mu's swordsmanship was much more refined than before. If that's all you have, you can admit defeat, Chu Mu said mercilessly. When Fang Guxie heard this, the evil look on his face became even more obvious. He was angry, really angry. He was underestimated again. Then, have a taste of my heavenly evil swordsmanship, Fang Guxie shouted. The heavenly evil sword art was a heaven-class upper-grade sword art. Its power was not inferior to the flying fairy sword art or the chaotic space sword art. However, its style was completely different. Once the heavenly evil sword technique was unleashed, an astonishing heavenly evil sword chi pierced through the sky and shot towards Chu Mu, locking onto him, making him unable to dodge. This was the specialty of the heavenly evil sword technique. Chu Mu brandished his sword and displayed the ancient sword art. In the past 5 years, he had not cultivated any other heaven-level sword techniques. Of course, as long as he mentioned it, the Heavenly Sword Hall would definitely give him a higher-level sword technique. However, Chu Mu knew that although the ancient archaic sword technique was only a heaven-level mid-level sword technique, he had not completely mastered it. His idea was to completely master and understand the ancient archaic sword technique. After that, he would consider cultivating a higher-level sword technique. This way, it would be faster and better. Moreover, it was also a matter of time. In addition to the sword technique, he still had to cultivate various other powers. If he wanted to cultivate a new heaven-level upper-grade sword technique, it would undoubtedly take more time and energy. Chu Mu's choice was not wrong. In the past 5 years, he had completely mastered the ancient archaic sword technique and grasped its essence. Once he displayed it, its power could actually compete with the heavenly evil sword technique. Of course, this was also because Fang Guxie had not yet mastered the essence of the heavenly evil sword technique. It was also because Chu Mu's swordsmanship was better than Fang Guxie's. Evil chi billowed and sword light wreaked havoc. Under the amplification of the heavenly evil force field, the heavenly evil sword technique's power was very strong. However, it still could not defeat Chu Mu. Fang Guxie activated his sword energy, which had reached the 5th level. The 5th level sword energy increased the power of the heavenly evil sword technique by 6 times. Even the heavenly evil sword chi was strengthened by the sword energy. The sword light was incomparably terrifying. Chu Mu also activated his 5th level sword energy, once again suppressing Fang Guxie's heavenly evil sword technique. A heaven-level middle grade sword technique suppressing a heaven-level upper grade sword technique. This seemed impossible, but Chumu did it. They are not on the same level. The 100-Blossom Emperor concluded after watching. Fang Guxia might be talented and monstrous, but compared to Chumu, there was still a gap. However, Chumu seemed to be testing his own strength and did not directly defeat Fang Guxia. Fang Guxia gradually realized this. His sword technique paused, and he displayed his ultimate skill. The ultimate skill that he cultivated was called the Ao Xia 6 Bodies. Fang Guxia stood with his sword in hand, pointing it upward and burning an incense stick towards the sky. He closed his eyes, then instantly opened them again. There seemed to be a grayish-black light flashing in his eyes, causing his eyes and temperament to become even more sinister. In an instant, Fang Guxia's body became illusory. In the sound of wind, Fang Guxia turned into 6 people and appeared around Chumu. Each of them held a sword and attacked with Chumu as the center. Man and sword unity turned into 6 sword light, shuttling back and forth towards Chumu. They were extremely fast, as if they could ignore time and space. This was an ultimate skill, a killer move. It was extremely powerful. Each sword light was extremely terrifying. The Ao Xia 6 Bodies was different from Gu Wankong's illusory Sky 9 Paths. The illusory Sky 9 Paths could split into a few people, and each of them could perform different sword techniques and footwork. It was very magical. On the other hand, the Ao Xia 6 Bodies could only split into 6 figures to surround the target and attack with man and sword unity. Feeling the sharpness and terrifying power of the sword light, Chumu's face turned serious. Without hesitation, he activated his level 7 sword force. That's right. After a year of seclusion, Chumu's sword force broke through to level 6. After another 4 years, his sword force broke through again, reaching level 7. Level 7 sword force could increase the power of sword techniques by 8 times. It was an unimaginable increase. When Chumu activated his level 7 sword force, the 100 Flowers Empress' eyes widened in shock. She could imagine that Chumu would definitely improve in all aspects after 5 years of cultivation. For example, his cultivation would reach the early stage of the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. His mastery of sword techniques would be more profound, and his attainments would increase. Previously, Chumu had already mastered level 5 sword force. It was normal for him to break through to level 6 sword force in 5 years. However, level 7 sword force was shocking. After activating his level 7 sword force, Chumu performed the first move of the ancient archaic sword art. Wind rises, thunder falls. The wind howled and roared as if it was going to blow the heaven and earth apart. Lightning raged and disappeared in the sky, rumbling as it fell. This move was amplified by level 7 sword force by 8 times. It clashed with the Ao Xia 6 Bodies and cancelled it out. Chumu immediately used Extreme Thunder Prison Break. The terrifying thunder was like an azure dragon that broke through the sky and fell straight down. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. The lightning radiance was clear, eliminating devils and evil. There was nothing it couldn't break. The power of Thunder Prison Break was increased by 8 times. Fang Guxia's expression changed drastically. He quickly performed the heavenly evil sword art to defend himself. However, the tyrannical sword light was shattered by the lightning dragon. The earth was scorched for thousands of miles. Fang Guxia's body trembled violently as purple electricity flowed through his body. When the lightning disappeared, Fang Guxia seemed to have used up all his energy. He half squatted down and gasped for breath. His face was pale. In order to resist the lightning, he had used up all his energy and could no longer maintain the heavenly evil force field. This move also made Fang Guxia realize that he was no match for Chumu, even though his cultivation was higher than Chumu's. "I will come for you again." Fang Guxia stood up and said in an unwilling tone. His evil qi didn't seem to work in front of Chu Mu. This was also because he hadn't grasped the essence of the heavenly evil force. Chu Mu only smiled and didn't say anything. Fang Guxia's strength was indeed not weak. He was comparable to Yang Zhantian 5 years ago. He was even slightly stronger than Yang Zhantian back then. He was close to Qi Naoxian. However, compared to Gu Luankong, there was still a gap. 5 years ago, Chu Mu was able to defeat Qi Naoxian and make Gu Luankong admit defeat. 5 years later, Chu Mu's strength had increased countless times. How could Fang Guxia be his opponent? It was natural that he would be defeated by Chu Mu. After the battle with Fang Guxia, Chu Mu had some confidence in his current strength. The 100 Flowers Empress encouraged Fang Guxia and praised Chu Mu before leaving. Chen Yi brought Chu Mu and introduced the Azure Sky Palace to him. He also brought Chu Mu for a tour. After that, Chen Yi sent Chu Mu off and returned to the Heavenly Sword Hall. When Chu Mu entered the Azure Sky Palace to fight with Fang Guxia, the exploration starships finally returned. These starships belonged to the Heavenly Sword Hall, so they returned directly to the Heavenly Sword Hall. The captain of the starships quickly went to the Heavenly Sword Hall to report an important matter. The Grand Hall Master, Deputy Grand Hall Master, and all the elders were present. They gathered in the Grand Hall for a discussion. "Are you sure it's an inhabited world?" The Grand Hall Master asked in a serious tone. "After our research, we can be sure that it's an inhabited world. However, we can't be sure about the resources and environment in this inhabited world." The captain of the starships, Xiaoza, answered seriously. They had indeed done some research and came to some conclusions. "Explain the situation in detail," the Grand Hall Master said. Xiaoza immediately explained the various situations that he had discovered. "According to what you said, if we want to enter that inhabited world, we need experts to work together and open up a passage for those below the Eternal Realm to enter." The Grand Hall Master frowned. The original plan should have been to immediately send a group of saint-level experts, or even great emperor-level experts, into that inhabited world. However, that inhabited world was protected by a power that prevented saint-level experts from entering. It was as if their cultivation was restricted. This was the conclusion that Xiaoza and many other experts came to after their research. Only those below the Eternal Realm could enter without any danger to their lives. Otherwise, they would be crushed by the power. A new world with life meant a huge amount of cultivation resources. However, no one knew if there were experts in that new world. If one wanted to establish a foothold in the new world with life, or even occupy a huge amount of cultivation resources, there was no doubt that they would need to send out experts. The current situation was that martial saints couldn't enter. At most, only Nirvana Realm swordsmen could enter. It was a fact that Nirvana Realm swordsmen were inferior to Eternal Realm swordsmen. It was difficult to determine the outcome of sending out Nirvana Realm swordsmen. Chapter 1302. The main hall of the Heavenly Sword Hall released a message to the outside world, gathering the Nirvana Realm swordsmen from the 4 major galaxies to head to a new inhabited world. Because it was full of unknowns, the Nirvana Realm swordsmen could choose whether or not to participate. "Have you heard? Our seniors from the human clan discovered a new inhabited world in the depths of the starry sky." "You just found out?" "I found out the day before. A new inhabited world. That's a huge amount of cultivation resources. A new inhabited world means new cultivation resources, but it also means endless unknowns. It could be a crisis that could endanger one's life. I wonder if there are humans living in the new inhabited world called the Deep Blue World. Or are there other races? Brother Yen, we are all Nirvana Realm swordsmen. Why don't we go to the Heavenly Sword Hall to sign up and explore the new inhabited world?" A Nirvana Realm swordsman said as his eyes lit up. "The Deep Blue World is an unknown world after all. There are opportunities, but I'm afraid the danger will be even greater. I won't go. The invited Nirvana Realm swordsman shook his head and said slowly, although a new inhabited world was a new opportunity for development for any race and was one of the guarantees for strengthening, developing a new inhabited world was bound to come with a huge price. Since ancient times, this kind of thing had happened before. Sometimes, after discovering a new inhabited world, they would discover that the inhabited world was extremely dangerous. They would suffer heavy losses and pay a great price to successfully occupy it. Although it did provide help for the reproduction and prosperity of the race, it was still a long time before they were able to do so. In short, to develop a new world, one had to pay a huge price. It was unknown whether they would succeed or not. Therefore, when the Heavenly Sword Hall's recruitment order was released, some Nirvana Realm swordsmen went to the Heavenly Sword Hall to sign up, while some gave up after thinking about it. The Deep Blue World. Chu Mu signed up without hesitation. The other 9 shensis of the Heavenly Sword Hall also signed up without hesitation. Therefore, only 10 shensis signed up to participate in the development of a new world. The monstrous geniuses on the Tianqing leaderboard also signed up after they came out of seclusion and received the news. Apart from the vanguard fleet of the human race, the fleets of the other races had also discovered the Deep Blue World. Therefore, time was of the essence. There was only half a month from the time the news was sent out to the time they departed. If they missed this time, they would have to move on their own if they wanted to go. However, the distance was far. Without a star map, one could only rely on luck to reach the Deep Blue World. In the vast starry sky, the deeper one went, the more dangerous it would be. It was very likely that one would encounter some kind of stardust storm or starry sky behemoth. If one moved alone, there was an 80 to 90% chance that one would die. Therefore, the Nirvana Realm swordsmen who wanted to participate in the development of a new world all rushed to the Heavenly Sword Hall to register after coming out of seclusion. Then, they gathered at the Heavenly Sword Hall's main hall. The main hall of the Heavenly Sword Hall was located in a vast area. It was not difficult to accommodate millions of people. More and more Nirvana Realm swordsmen were teleported over from various Sword God Hall branches. They arrived at the main God Hall and gathered together. In the blink of an eye, the 15th day had arrived, and a few 100,000 rebirth realm swordsmen were gathered here. There were more than a few 100,000 swordsmen who had reached the Nirvana realm in the 4 major galaxies of the human race. However, most of them had chosen to give up. Some of them had obtained opportunities, and some of them were in seclusion. However, a few 100,000 Nirvana Realm swordsmen were enough to form an army. When a few 100,000 Nirvana Realm swordsmen gathered together, the aura that they exuded was extremely powerful. Even a Saint Realm expert of the Eternal Realm dared not underestimate them. I haven't seen you for 5 years, and your cultivation has indeed increased by 1 level. Lien Hongyun patted Chu Mu's shoulder and laughed. Aren't you the same? Chu Mu laughed. 5 years ago, Lien Hongyun's cultivation was at the middle stage of the 3rd sky of Nirvana Realm. Today, 5 years later, Lien Hongyun's cultivation was at the beginning stage of the 4th sky of Nirvana Realm. The higher one's cultivation was, the harder it was to increase one's cultivation. 5 years of seclusion was not only to increase one's cultivation, but also to improve one's swordsmanship and other aspects. It was already very good to be able to increase one's cultivation from the middle stage of the 3rd sky of Nirvana Realm to the beginning stage of the 4th sky of Nirvana Realm. Other than Lien Hongyun, Chu Mu also saw other monstrous geniuses on the Heaven Genius list. However, none of them could be compared to Lien Hongyun. Chu Mu and Lien Hongyun chatted casually. Occasionally, they would talk about their gains from the 5 years of seclusion as a form of communication. Among the large number of Nirvana Realm swordsmen, some knew each other, some didn't. Those who knew each other would greet each other and exchange information when they saw each other. Not long after, Yang Zhantian also came to the side and greeted Lien Hongyun and Chu Mu. Brother Chu, let's fight now. After greeting each other, Yang Zhantian said very straightforwardly, "Do you think this is a suitable place?" Chu Mu laughed. With hundreds of thousands of Nirvana Realm swordsmen gathered here, it was obviously not a good place to fight. He felt helpless. This Yang Zhantian was really a battle maniac, worthy of being the successor of the 100 Battle faction. "All right, but if there's a suitable opportunity, I will definitely challenge you. You can't refuse." Yang Zhantian looked around and knew that this was not a suitable place to fight. "As you wish." Chu Mu said, "The successors of the 100 Battle faction are all so battle-hungry." Lien Hongyun shrugged and said, facing Lien Hongyun's ridicule, Yang Zhantian didn't take it to heart. Their 100 Battles faction had this kind of style. Not just anyone could become the successor of the 100 Battles faction. One needed to possess an extraordinary battle intent, as well as an unyielding heart that dared to challenge everything. Once one became the successor of the 100 Battles faction, their battle intent and determination would be even stronger. Bai Yu stood not far away. His pupils seemed even deeper. Those who weren't as strong as him would unconsciously tremble when they looked at him. They would feel chills when they looked at him. Su Yueshi and Qi Naoxian arrived one after another. Gu Wankong also arrived. He looked the same as 5 years ago. He was still as lazy as before, as if nothing had changed at all. But no matter if it was Lien Hongyun or Yang Zhantian, they had all cultivated in seclusion for 5 years. Their cultivation must have increased by many folds. There was no reason for Gu Wankong to stay the same. After 5 years, his cultivation must have increased even more than Lien Hongyun and Yang Zhantian. Along with Gu Wankong was another person. It was a young girl wearing white clothes. Seeing everyone, her eyes darted around. She had a mischievous look on her face. She glanced around before her gaze landed on Chu Mu's face. "You're the Chu Mu that defeated my senior brother?" the white-clothed young woman crisply asked. "It should be me." Chu Mu smiled. From the girl's expression and words, Chu Mu thought that she was a simple person. She was also Gu Wankong's junior sister. He couldn't tell her age, but she should be quite young. Her cultivation was at the early stage of the second sky of Nirvana Realm. She was quite talented. "I thought my senior brother was the most powerful among his generation. I didn't expect you to be even more powerful." The girl said directly. Gu Wankong didn't care, but the others smiled. "Junior sister Qiao Qiao, your senior brother will be sad if you say that." Lien Hongyun smiled. They all seemed to know this girl. This girl was indeed Gu Wankong's junior sister. She was one of the disciples of great Emperor Luan Tian. She volunteered to participate in the development of the deep blue world. Even Qi Naoxian and Su Yueshi smiled at Li Qiao Qiao. They looked like sisters taking care of their younger sister. At this moment, a huge starship appeared. Its enormous body emitted an icy cold feeling of metal, and it swept out like a storm. Instantly, it caused the hundreds of thousands of rebirth realm swordsmen in conversation to be stunned in unison, and then they turned around to look before revealing surprised expressions. The starship was completely black. It looked like it was going to merge with the starry sky. The cold aura it emitted seemed to freeze everyone's soul. If a swordsman below the Nirvana realm stood in front of such a huge starship, they would tremble unless their soul was strong. The length of the starship exceeded the star level by 10,000 meters. It was a star-level starship. Nebula-level starships were incomparably precious. The cost of each starship was astonishing. The energy required to operate each time was also astonishing. Normally, they wouldn't be used at all. This time, the Heavenly Sword Hall dispatched the rare nebula-level starships for the deep blue world. Although a star-level starship was precious, the Overlord-level forces would more or less have won. Some of the stronger Overlord-level forces might have 2 or even 3 star-level starships. Those Overlord-level forces would have at least 5 star-level starships. Of course, they wouldn't use them easily during normal times. The Heavenly Sword Hall also had a lot of starships. However, even Overlord-level forces might not have a star-level starship. Only some powerful Overlord-level forces might have a star-level starship. It was enough to show how precious it was. Even if the Heavenly Sword Hall was rich, they would rarely use a star-level starship. It was rumored that above the star-level starship, there was a higher-level starship. It was defined as a Starfield starship. A nebula-level starship was already extremely precious. The preciousness of a nebula-level starship was hard to imagine. It was rumored that there was only one nebula-level starship in the Heavenly Sword Hall. This nebula-level starship would only be mobilized when it was a matter of life and death. This star-level starship had the symbol of the Heavenly Sword Hall. It was in the shape of a sword. It was lifelike and emitted a shocking sharpness. It couldn't be faked. The starship was 100,000 meters long, 3,000 meters wide, and 2,000 meters tall. In theory, its internal space was hundreds of billions of cubic meters. After deducting some facilities, it was still hundreds of millions. It was enough to accommodate many people. Hundreds of thousands of Nirvana Realm swordsmen were nothing. Chapter 1303. This was Chu Mu's first time riding on a nebula-level starship. It could even be said that this was the first time the hundreds of thousands of Nirvana Realm swordsmen were riding on a nebula-level starship. Even though they knew that this was also a starship, but it was bigger and faster than the ones they had ridden before, they couldn't help but feel surprised and excited. This nebula-level starship was called the Hidden Vanguard, and Xiaoza was appointed as the captain of the Hidden Vanguard. Xiaoza was the captain of the previous Vanguard fleet. He had rich experience in space travel and was a high-level sword saint expert. He was powerful and had great adaptability. More importantly, he was the one who led the Vanguard fleet and discovered the Deep Blue World. He had detailed records of the star map and was very familiar with it. He was the most suitable captain of the Hidden Vanguard. Other than Xiaoza, there were other veterans of the Vanguard fleet who also entered the Hidden Vanguard to assist Xiaoza. These people had rich experience in piloting a starship and were more reassuring. They had worked together with Xiaoza for a long time and were easier to command. Other than Xiaoza and the others, the Hidden Vanguard also needed sufficient guards. The Heavenly Sword Hall sent a portion of the sword guards. Every sword guard had a powerful Eternal Realm cultivation base. Every sword guard had rich battle experience and could deal with all kinds of dangers in any harsh environment. Most importantly, there was a great emperor overseeing the Hidden Vanguard. He could deal with all kinds of dangers. When the hundreds of thousands of Nirvana Realm swordsmen boarded the Hidden Vanguard was activated under the gaze of many experts. It carried the hopes of many humans and left the Heavenly Sword Hall. It was also about to leave the human race's star domain and head into the depths of the universe to explore a new world. It was unknown if they could successfully explore a new world and make it a base for the human race. If they succeeded, the human race would have another base. They would be able to explore and research the Deep Blue World. The Deep Blue World was very wide and had rich resources. It would be of great help to the rise of the human race. On the contrary, if they failed, the human race would suffer heavy losses. Hundreds of thousands of Nirvana Realm swordsmen. Even if they were ordinary swordsmen, they were still a large force, not to mention that there were many monstrous geniuses among them. The situation inside Deep Blue World was uncertain, and the human race had to compete with the foreign races. It had to be said that the pressure of hundreds of thousands of Nirvana Realm swordsmen was great. The Hidden Edge was 100,000 meters long, and its maximum speed was 100,000 times the speed of sound. If it exceeded its limit, it could reach 120,000 times the speed of sound. However, because of its huge size, it could only increase its speed gradually and could not reach its maximum speed all of a sudden. The huge and cold ship flew in the starry sky, leaving the Heavenly Sword Hall's main hall behind. It flew in the direction of the Deep Blue World and gradually increased its speed. When the hidden edge reached its maximum speed of 100,000 times, the starship was unbelievably fast. Even a saint-level expert's divine sense would have a hard time capturing it. It was too fast, unimaginably fast. As for the speed of 120,000 times, that was the limit, which would cause great damage to the starship. Normally, it would not be activated and would only be used in a life-and-death situation. Wherever Hidden Edge passed by at 100,000 times the speed of sound, space rippled as if a vacuum tunnel had been torn open. If anything appeared in the vicinity, it would definitely be torn to shreds by the aura brought about by the starship's high-speed flight. The Hidden Edge was 2,000 meters tall, and it was divided into 99 floors. Each of the several 100,000 Nirvana Realm swordsmen was assigned a room. Aside from the rooms, there were also some public areas, such as the cafeteria, the sword arena, and so on. There were also some separate training rooms. It took Xiao Chun 5 years to return from the deep blue world. If he went back now, it would take him at least 2 or 3 years. 2 or 3 years couldn't be wasted. He couldn't even let go of his cultivation and sword practice. Chu Mu's room was at the edge of the starship. There was a transparent window that allowed him to see the scenery outside. It was dark, and because the starship was too fast, the life planets he saw were like meteors flashing by. Chu Mu stared outside the window for a while. Although it was very bright after looking for a long time, he still found it hard to concentrate. He felt a little dizzy, so he quickly closed his eyes and calmed his mind. Only then did the dizziness slowly disappear. Chu Mu didn't mind because he knew that the dizziness was because the starship was too fast and the life planets were still. When he looked at them, his mental power couldn't keep up. It was fine as long as he didn't look. In the end, it was because his spiritual power wasn't strong enough. If he had the spiritual power of the immemorial realm, he would be fine no matter how he looked. However, the immemorial realm was still a long time away. For now, he should just focus on his cultivation. Other than cultivation, the swordsmen would also leave their rooms and go to the sword practice room, the cafeteria, or the sword arena. The cafeteria provided good food and wine. It was available at any time. At Lien Hongyun's invitation, Chu Mu also came to the cafeteria. Otherwise, he would still be hiding in his room and cultivating. Apart from Lien Hongyun, Yang Zhantian was also there. "Brother Chu, have a drink." Yang Zhantian raised his cup. Yang Zhantian liked to fight, and he also liked to drink. Most swordsmen didn't dislike drinking. Some of them even liked drinking because it was a kind of enjoyment. Some good wine had the effect of calming one's mind or refining one's vitality. Drinking it wouldn't harm the body, but would instead be beneficial. Chu Mu naturally wouldn't refuse Yang Zhantian's toast. He raised his cup and drank it. Just like that, the three of them chatted casually. Although their personalities were different, they could be considered as people with good temperament. Naturally, they could become friends. The previous fight could be considered as an exchange of blows. "Brother Rin, let me introduce you. This is Chu Mu, the first place of the Heavenly Youth, list 5 years ago. He has the title of Starry Sky Sovereign." Suddenly, a voice sounded from nearby. Then, 2 people strode over with wine cups in their hands. Chu Mu and the other 2 turned around. They didn't know Lien Hongyun and Yang Zhantian, but Chu Mu recognized one of them. It was Qin Zhenyu, the one who brought Qin Gang to the 5 Elements sword sect to cause trouble. The one who spoke was Qin Zhenyu. He had a kind smile on his face. The other person was a man with a long face and an arrogant expression. Rin Jian's arrogant gaze fell on Chu Mu's face, sizing him up as if he wanted to see through Chu Mu. Then a smile appeared on his face. "The early stage of the 3rd sky of Nirvana Realm. I heard that the first place of the Heavenly Youth list is at the early stage of the 2nd sky of Nirvana Realm. After obtaining the providence of the Heavenly Youth list and cultivating in seclusion for 5 years, you only managed to raise your cultivation by 1 sky. What he meant was that after obtaining the providence of the first place of the Heavenly Youth List and cultivating for 5 years, he only managed to raise his cultivation by 1 sky. He had let down the providence of the first place of the Heavenly Youth List. Lien Hongyan and Yang Zhantian's face darkened. Everyone could tell that Ren Jian was here to cause trouble. "Are you jealous?" Chu Mu asked back. "Jealous?" Ren Jian was startled at first. Then he revealed a disdainful expression. "Why would I be jealous of a mere early stage of the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm? I don't know how many people like him I can kill." He said this because he was confident. His cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Nirvana realm, which far surpassed the 3rd level of the Nirvana realm. It was absolutely easy for him to deal with the 3rd level of the Nirvana realm with his cultivation at the 6th level of the Nirvana realm. He could instantly kill the 3rd level with a single strike. Even if Chu Mu's talent was outstanding and he was a super monstrous genius, he still couldn't fight against Ren Jian because this person himself was a genius. "Then why don't you try and see if your hand is hard enough?" Yang Zhantian said angrily. The successor of the 100 Battles sect loved to fight and had a fiery temper. Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal if they didn't provoke him. A mere 4th sky of Nirvana realm dares to talk nonsense. Ren Jian didn't seem to have a good temper. He coldly stared at Yang Zhantian. He could tell that Yang Zhantian was only at the 4th sky of Nirvana realm. "Renli, I haven't seen you for a few years. Your cultivation hasn't improved much, but your temper seems to have grown." A majestic voice sounded. Ren Li's face suddenly changed because the voice sounded very familiar. Even if he hadn't heard it for a few years, he wouldn't have forgotten it. "Fang Juanzhan, this is none of your business." Ren Li's face returned to normal, but there was still a trace of fear in his eyes. Qin Zhenyu's face changed when he saw the person who had just arrived. The person who had just arrived was a tall and muscular man. He gave people the impression that he was a Vajra. He was extremely valiant, and there was a scar on his face which made his aura even more ferocious. "You provoked my junior brother. How is it none of my business?" Fang Juanzhan grinned. The scar on his face moved, making him look even more terrifying. "Your junior brother." Ren Li's heart skipped a beat. Fang Juanzhan was from the 100 Battles faction, so his junior brother was naturally from the 100 Battles faction as well. The members of the 100 Battles faction were all warlike and very protective of their own. So it's a disciple of the 100 Battles faction. "Sorry for the disrespect. I still have something to do. Excuse me." As soon as he finished speaking, Ren Li turned around and hurriedly left. It was as if he was afraid that Fang Juanzhan would make him stay. Qin Zhenyu also didn't say anything. He also turned around and flew away. Qin Zhenyu had never thought that after Qin Gang's death, he would dislike Chu Mu even more. After that, when Chu Mu obtained the 1st place on the Heavenly Genius ranking, the Night Emperor praised him again. This made Qin Zhenyu jealous, and he couldn't tolerate Chu Mu anymore. Thus, when he found out about Chu Mu, he purposely called Ren Li over. Even if he couldn't directly deal with Chu Mu, he still wanted to find trouble for him. What he hadn't thought was that Fang Juanzhan's junior brother would be together with Chu Mu. Moreover, their relationship seemed to be pretty good. Instantly, he felt as if he had kicked an iron board. His foot hurt. To Qin Zhenyu and Ren Li, Fang Juanzhan was definitely the opponent that they didn't want to face the most. Chapter 1304. Qin Zhenyu and Ren Li's provocation didn't cause any terrible consequences. Therefore, no one mentioned it again. There was no need to. However, no matter if it was Lien Hongyan, Yang Zhantian, or Chu Mu, they all remembered it. "Many thanks, Senior Brother Fang." Lien Hongyan raised her wine cup and thanked Fang Juanzhan. Chu Mu also raised his cup to express his gratitude. If it wasn't for Fang Juanzhan, facing Qin Zhenyu and Ren Li's provocation would have been troublesome. "It's nothing." You're all Little Jean's friends." Fong Juanjan also raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. "Next time, if there are any blind people looking for trouble, don't hesitate to tell me. Then I'll thank Big Brother Fong in advance." Chumu smiled. Lien Hongyun and Yang Zhantian's disciples were more familiar with each other. Hence, disciples would address each other as senior and junior brothers. However, Chumu was different. Hence, he addressed Fong Juanjan as Big Brother Fong. Fong Juanjan's age surpassed Chumu by at least 10 years. "Brother Chu, I hope you can grow stronger as soon as possible. At that time, you can fight with me again." Fong Juanjan's eyes gleamed with sharpness, exuding the aura of a battle maniac. "Okay," Chu Mu agreed straightforwardly. As expected, straightforward. Fong Juanjan laughed loudly. His laughter was loud and clear, attracting the attention of the surrounding people. Many people recognized Fong Juanjan and knew what kind of personality he had. Hence, they didn't stop him. Otherwise, they would be looking for trouble. Oh, right. Ren Li is a despicable person. After being humiliated this time, he will definitely hold a grudge against you all. Especially your brother Chu. Be careful. Fong Juanjan reminded. However, with Brother Chu's talent, it won't be long before he surpasses Ren Li. After saying that, Fong Juanjan drank another cup of wine and stood up to leave. After Fong Juanjan left, Chu Mu asked a question. Yang Zhantian started to explain. The reason why Ren Li and Qin Zhenyu's faces changed so drastically upon seeing Fong Juanjan was like a mouse seeing a cat. It was very likely that they had been taught a lesson by Fong Juanjan. Before, Fong Juanjan had become the successor of the 100 Battles Division. He had been extremely belligerent. He had gone around challenging people. After becoming the successor of the 100 Battles Division, he had gone into seclusion for a period of time to cultivate. When he came out of seclusion, he had once again gone around challenging people. His opponents were basically the successors of other emperors, as well as some martial grandmasters and genius disciples of great powers. Naturally, there were winners and losers in challenges. Regardless of whether Fong Juanjan won or lost, he would change to another challenger. If he lost, he would cultivate and challenge again until he defeated his opponent. It could be said that Fong Juanjan's strength was obtained through countless challenges. His strength, his tenacity, and his soaring fighting spirit were a nightmare for his opponents. Once he was targeted by Fong Juanjan, he would definitely challenge him no matter what. Qin Zhenyu and Ren Li had been challenged by Fong Juanjan before and weren't his match. They understood Fong Juanjan very well and wouldn't want to offend a battle maniac like him. Fong Juanjan's appearance is just a coincidence. Wait until we enter the deep blue world. There will be plenty of opportunities. Qin Zhenyu said to Ren Li. Their gazes were still sizing up Chumu. On the hidden edge, there were hundreds of thousands of Nirvana Realm swordsmen. The lowest cultivation was at the first sky of Nirvana Realm, while the highest was at the 9th sky of Nirvana Realm. For someone like Chu Mu, he was absolutely invincible in the lower levels of the Nirvana Realm. However, it would be difficult for him to fight against someone in the middle levels of the Nirvana Realm. It would be impossible for him to fight against someone in the upper levels of the Nirvana Realm. However, the Deep Blue World would be an opportunity. With the blessing of the Heaven Azure list, the opportunities he would encounter in the Deep Blue World would surpass others. At 100,000 times the speed of sound, the hidden edge rapidly flew towards the 4 major star domains of the human race. In the starry sky, there was no difference between day and night. However, there was still the flow of time. Day after day passed. The swordsmen cultivated and communicated in the starship. They were constantly using various methods to improve themselves. In a sword training room, there was only Chu Mu and a human-shaped sword testing rock. Chu Mu was practicing his sword. Chu Mu's sword art was the ancient, archaic sword art. Streaks of ancient, archaic sword chi shot out. Sword moves changed, and sword light flashed. All of them were slashed on the sword testing rock. The sword testing rock was also very strong, no matter how Chu Mu's sky beheading sword slashed. It only left scratches on its surface before disappearing. After 5 years of cultivation, Chu Mu had completely grasped the essence of the ancient, archaic sword art. Now he continued to cultivate because he wanted to break through the limitations of the ancient, archaic sword art. He wanted to integrate his own ideas into the ancient, archaic sword art and improve its power. Even though he had already grasped the essence of the ancient, archaic sword technique, and even though Chu Mu had shocking comprehension, it wasn't that easy to improve the ancient, archaic sword technique. Chu Mu was currently repeatedly cultivating it in order to verify some of his thoughts. Chu Mu was working hard, and the other swordsmen were also working hard. After all, the Deep Blue world meant unknown opportunities and unknown dangers. It could be said that the Deep Blue world wasn't the first new world discovered by the human race. It was the first world to be explored with Nirvana Realm swordsmen. Using Nirvana Realm swordsmen to explore a new world for the first time was a risk. After all, Nirvana Realm swordsmen weren't weak, but they weren't strong either. At least compared to Immemorial Realm swordsmen, the difference was too great. Even in Ninth Heaven's Nirvana Realm genius swordsmen wouldn't be able to withstand a sword strike from an Immemorial First Heaven's sword saint. After completing the cultivation of the ancient, archaic sword art, Chu Mu kept his sword and flicked his finger. In an instant, a strand of silver slashed out and bombarded the sword testing stone with indescribable speed. He flicked his finger again, and another strand of silver slashed out. This was Void Pierce Sword Chi. After cultivating the Void Pierce Sword Chi in seclusion for 5 years, a Void Pierce Sword Chi divine mark was condensed in his dantian. This divine mark was the origin. With this divine mark origin, as long as Chu Mu didn't overuse his Void Pierce Sword Chi, he could quickly replenish his Void Pierce Sword Chi after releasing it, just like what he was doing now. With a flick of his finger, he would release a strand of Void Pierce Sword Chi. The interval between each strand of Void Pierce Sword Chi was less than 3 breaths. Void Pierce Sword Chi was a powerful, ordinary supreme art. He could release 1 strand of Void Pierce Sword Chi every 3 breaths. It would greatly increase Chu Mu's strength. Chu Mu also estimated that if he released the divine mark regardless of the consequences, the power would be 10 times stronger than ordinary Void Pierce Sword Chi. However, the price would be the shattering of the divine mark, and he would need to condense it again. After releasing the Void Pierce Sword Chi a few times, he raised the sky/sword. Silver light flickered on the sword, and there were cracks on the edge of the sword. Those were the cracks caused by the space being cut open. Intense spatial energy fluctuations rippled out, causing people's hearts to palpitate. He slashed out with the sword. Under the sword, a strand of silver slashed through the void. Everywhere it passed, the space collapsed, shattered, and compressed. The terrifying aura of nirvanic extermination extinguished all life and shattered everything. Everything under the sword, regardless of whether it was hard or soft, was annihilated and turned into nothingness. High-grade supreme art, Void Nirvana sword. With 1 slash, the void shattered and everything was annihilated. As a high-grade supreme art, even though Chu Mu had only grasped the basics, its power was several times stronger than the Void Pierce Sword Chi. It was extremely terrifying. Under the Void Nirvana sword, the upper half of the sword testing stone was shattered. It was as though it was annihilated in the void and disappeared. After that, it recovered bit by bit. After practicing the supreme art, Shaochen left and returned to his room. He sat down cross-legged and practiced the divine desolate sword art before cultivating the star's calamity. All pioneers, please take note. The starship is about to enter a space-time transition. Please stay in your room and don't wander around. All pioneers, please take note. The starship is about to enter a space-time transition. Please stay in your room and don't wander around. All pioneers, please take note. The starship is about to enter a space-time transition. Please stay in your room and don't wander around. A somewhat cold voice rang out 3 times in a row, entering everyone's ears. The objective of the hundreds of thousands of Nirvana Realm swordsmen was to explore the deep blue world. Therefore, they were called pioneers. As for the space-time transition, it was a special technique of the starship. Only starships that had reached the star level could grasp the space-time transition ability. The space-time transition ability of a star system level starship was naturally much stronger than that of a star level starship. The so-called space-time transition was when a starship expended a large amount of energy to open up a space-time wormhole. After entering the wormhole, it would undergo a space-time transition. Every space-time transition would consume a large amount of energy. Furthermore, because of the risks involved in the space-time transition, starships below the star level would not be able to withstand the pressure of the space-time wormhole. Once they entered, they would shatter and be annihilated in the space-time wormhole, disappearing completely. The human race's star field was not suitable for large-scale space-time transitions. They were afraid that it would affect the stability of life planets. Therefore, the Hidden Edge only began the space-time transition after leaving the human race's star field and entering the outer space of the human race's star field. After the voice rang out 3 times, every swordsman returned to their room. Their room also activated the relevant ceiling formation to form a protective barrier. The countdown began, and the space-time transition was about to begin. Looking from the outside, strands of electric energy could be seen on the surface of the Hidden Edge. They spread out and covered the entire starship. It seemed like the Hidden Edge was twisting. The Hidden Edge's speed continued to increase, surpassing the limit of 100,000 times. A vortex suddenly appeared in the dark space in front of the Hidden Edge. It spun at a high speed, like a black hole that could devour everything. No light could escape. The Hidden Edge crashed into the vortex and seemed to be devoured. In the blink of an eye, the huge Hidden Edge that was 100,000 meters long disappeared into the vortex. The vortex rapidly rotated and then collapsed inwards. In the end, it condensed into a single point and disappeared. The dark space did not ripple at all. It was as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. Countless strands of grotesque and variegated light were twisted, as if they were in a dreamlike world. A sense of confusion seeped into the starship from the outside and affected the swordsman. Chapter 1305. Time and space were the most mysterious of the forces of heaven and earth. Since ancient times, there had been a saying that time was king and space was supreme. As the name implied, the power of time was the king of all the forces of heaven and earth. It was the strongest force of heaven and earth that no other force of heaven and earth could compare to. Space was supreme. In other words, the power of time was not included. The power of space was the supreme of all the forces of heaven and earth. It was the most powerful force of heaven and earth apart from the power of time. Time and space formed a universe, a starry sky, and a world. Without time and space, no world could exist. A world could have no fire, no water, no wind, and so on, but it could not have no time and space. Time and space were the foundation of everything. At this moment, the Hidden Edge rapidly advanced through the space-time wormhole. It was like a submarine diving into the deep sea. It faced the undercurrents at the bottom of the sea and constantly advanced. Within the space-time wormhole, there were countless rays of light. They were colorful and dazzling. The rays of light were actually rays of energy formed by the power of time and space. These rays of energy possessed terrifying power. Once struck, one would rapidly age and eventually die from old age, or they would rapidly rejuvenate and become an infant before returning to nothingness. In short, if one did not have any protective measures within the space-time wormhole, there was nothing to be happy about once one was struck by a ray of space-time energy. This was because the end result would be death. Under the space-time wormhole, one would be reduced to nothingness. Hidden Vanguard was undergoing a space-time warp. A layer of energy was distributed on the surface of the space-time warp, resisting the corrosion of space-time energy rays. Otherwise, the entire starship would have been silently destroyed, along with all the lives on board. Even though it was protected by a layer of protective energy, after the space-time energy beam hit the starship's protective layer, a trace of it still penetrated the starship's protective layer and dissipated. However, the amount of space-time energy that penetrated the starship was extremely small. The starship was 100,000 meters long and several thousand meters wide and tall. The interior space was extremely large. After the sparse space-time energy was dispersed, it became even thinner. Some ceiling formations were activated in every room, further dispersing the space-time energy, causing the danger of the space-time energy entering the room to be reduced once more. The effect on the Nirvana Realm swordsmen was reduced to a minimum, so they could completely resist it. Inside the colorful space-time wormhole, rays of light were constantly spinning and twisting, as though it was a dreamlike world. In the room, Chu Mu sat cross-legged and circulated the Divine Desolate sword manual, dispelling the invasion of the fine space-time energy. In the other rooms, every swordsman did the same thing as Chu Mu. They used their own strength to resist the invasion of the thin space-time energy to prevent it from harming their bodies. Why don't I take this opportunity to further comprehend the power of space? Suddenly, a thought jumped out from the depths of Chu Mu's mind. As soon as it appeared, it immediately became uncontrollable and became more and more intense. This was actually a risky method, but Chu Mu dared to do it because he had a strong physique. His physique, that cultivated the astral calamity cultivation technique, had reached the early stages of the third firmament of the Nirvana realm, which was the second level of the astral calamity cultivation technique. It was because of his strong physique that he could better resist the corrosion of the space-time energy. If it was any other third firmament Nirvana swordsman, they would not be able to resist it with their bodies. As soon as the thought appeared, Chu Mu took action and stopped the circulation of the Divine Desolate sword manual. Immediately, without the resistance of the sword origin, the thin space-time energy quickly invaded Chu Mu's body, wanting to cause damage to Chu Mu's body. However, his strong physique withstood it. After carefully sensing it, Chu Mu realized that with just his physique, he could resist the corrosion of the space-time energy for a long period of time without being damaged. It was the best time to comprehend the power of space. Calming his mind, he activated the power of the rules of space in his spiritual world. He slowly adjusted his frequency with the space-time energy in the outside world and started to vibrate. Immediately, the deeper mysteries of the power of space appeared in Chu Mu's mind bit by bit. It tempered the power of the rules of space and increased the level of control of the power of space bit by bit. Some of the sword saints of the eternal realm also gave up on resisting. Although they didn't have a body-tempering cultivation, their bodies were many times stronger than those of the Nirvana realm. Thus, they were able to resist the thin space-time energy. However, what the sword saints of the eternal realm comprehended was the power of laws. It was a power that was of a higher level than the power of rules. It was also a power that was of a deeper level than the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, the thin space-time energy was not of much use to the sword saints. As a super genius, Guluankong also thought of this point. He used a special technique to form a layer of protection on the surface of his body. After that, he stopped using his cultivation method and started to remove the power of time from the thin space-time energy. He absorbed the power of space and used it to comprehend the power of space. There were some sword saints like Chu Mu and Guluankong, but most of them could only resist the power of space. Not everyone could comprehend the power of space, let alone the power of time. In the space-time wormhole, one could not feel the flow of time. It could be a few years or even a few decades, but it could also be a few years or a few decades. No matter if it was the flow of time or the flow of time, it would eventually return to the starting point. As he continued to comprehend, Chu Mu's power of the rules of space went from the early stage of the subtle level to the middle stage of the subtle level. When the power of the rules of space reached the late stage of the subtle level, Chu Mu felt a bottleneck. No matter how hard he tried, how much he comprehended, and how much he refined, he could not make any progress. However, to be able to refine the power of the rules of space from the early stage of the subtle level to the late stage of the subtle level, this improvement was not small at all. After 5 years of closed-door cultivation, with the help of the secret codex of the Void Breaker, the space power of the rules of space was still at the subtle level. It had only improved a little and was more stable. After checking his spiritual world, among the 10 rules of heaven and earth, his mastery of the rules of space was the most profound. It had reached the late stage of the subtle level, followed by the rules of 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. 5 years ago, during the Supreme Challenge, Chu Mu's rules of wood had reached the early stage of the subtle level. In these 5 years, Chu Mu did not take the initiative to cultivate, but because of the 5 Elements Sutra, under the guidance of the rules of wood, the other 4 rules of space had a breakthrough and reached the early stage of the subtle level. Among the 5 rules of space, the rules of wood had the deepest level. It was close to the middle stage of the subtle level. The other 4 were slightly weaker, but they were still at the early stage of the subtle level. The rules of thunder were still at the peak of the subtle level. The rules of wind were also at the peak of the subtle level. The rules of cloud and ice were at the peak of the fundamental level. It seemed that they could break through to the subtle level at any time. Such a large leap in level between the 10 types of rule forces was also due to Chu Mu himself. Among them, the cloud rule and ice rule were the least used and the least cultivated, so their level was the lowest. Although the wind and thunder rule forces were commonly used, they lacked the corresponding refining methods. Adding on the lack of time, the progress was very slow. As for the 5 elemental forces, one was due to the support of the wood phase origin. The second was due to the independent cultivation of the 5 elemental scripture, and the third was due to the 5 elemental forces. As for the rules of space, he had the secret codex of the Void Breaker. Perhaps before Chu Mu transformed the rules of space into rules of space, his mastery of the rules of space would most likely reach the level of heavenly fusion. As this thought flashed through his mind, the hidden edge was still shuttling through the space-time wormhole. Why don't I take this opportunity to see if I can comprehend the power of time? Suddenly, Chu Mu's eyes lit up. Comprehending more of the power of heaven and earth had both advantages and disadvantages. Chu Mu was very clear about the advantages and disadvantages, but if it were an ordinary power of heaven and earth, Chu Mu would definitely give up. This was because he had barely used the rules of cloud and ice. But the power of time was different. It was much stronger than the power of space. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chu Mu didn't hesitate to comprehend it. He had once used the compass of time and the sand of time. At that time, he had wanted to comprehend the power of time. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to gain anything. This was a rare opportunity, but Chu Mu didn't know if he could comprehend it. He could only try his best. He allowed the thin space-time energy to enter his body and easily dispelled the power of space. He focused on the power of time, using his mind and divine sense to touch it. Time was the most ruthless thing. No matter what it was, it would fade away under time. It could make happiness disappear, it could make pain forget, it could make people immerse themselves in time. It was like the master of everything. No power could resist the flow of time. And it was immortal. No matter what era it was, no matter where it was, the power of time would exist. No matter how the world changed, no matter how much time passed, time would always exist. It was immortal and everlasting. All sorts of comprehensions appeared in Chu Mu's mind, circling around in chaos. As Chu Mu comprehended, he sorted them out. Gradually, he gained a deeper understanding of the power of time. Gradually, Chu Mu grasped a trace of the true meaning of the power of time. When the conditions were right, he naturally comprehended a trace of the power of time, reaching the level of the concept of time. This was a good start. Time was king. It was the king of all the powers of the world. No power of the world could resist the erosion of time. Wanting to comprehend the power of time was much more difficult than comprehending the power of space. This was also why there were so few people who could grasp the power of time. In the past, Chu Mu didn't have enough knowledge and foundation, so it was impossible for him to comprehend the power of time. After experiencing it again and again, his understanding of the power of time had deepened. He had also had several opportunities to come in contact with the power of time. Today, under a series of coincidences, he finally comprehended the power of time and grasped it. Chapter 1306. The power of time was mysterious. Chu Mu was immersed in it and forgot about everything. The huge Hidden Edge starship was like a whale swimming in the deep sea. It rapidly advanced through the space-time wormhole and welcomed the countless space-time energy rays. The end was the starting point of the countless space-time energy rays. It also seemed to be the end point. With a point as the center, space-time energy rays constantly radiated in all directions. They twisted and shot backwards, hitting the starship or brushing past it. That point was like the starting point of space-time, the origin of the universe. The Hidden Edge crashed into the origin at 100,000 times the speed of sound. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The origin was like an illusion. The Hidden Edge sank into the origin and quickly disappeared. On the other side of the starry sky, it was quiet and deep. Suddenly, as if an ancient sea beast had charged out of the deep sea, it appeared from the depths of the starry sky. First, it had a sharp head. Soon, a huge body emitting a cold aura also appeared in the starry sky. The Hidden Edge had finished its space-time transition and appeared from the space-time wormhole. The huge body of 100,000 meters seemed so insignificant compared to the vast starry sky. In front of the Hidden Edge, there was a deep blue light that was as bright as a star. A single space-time transition had actually crossed an immeasurable distance, approaching the deep blue world from outside the 4 major star zones of the human race. That's right, the bright star emitting a deep blue light was the deep blue world. However, it was still some distance away, so it only looked like a small dot. Just like the Hidden Edge, there were starships of various shapes and sizes in the distant starry sky. They were all starships of foreign races that had come through the space-time wormhole. With a loud rumble, the Hidden Edge starship advanced at full speed towards the deep blue world. There were many races that had discovered the deep blue world at the same time. After returning, the other races would more or less get the news through various channels and interfere. The deep blue world was an unknown world with life. It was unknown whether there was a powerful force guarding it. If there was, entering the deep blue world would be tantamount to an invasion. Just think about yourself. What do you do when you encounter invaders? Kill them all. You want to invade your world and take the resources of your world? How can you be merciful and soft-hearted? Therefore, in order to break through the defenses of the deep blue world and let the Nirvana realm swordsmen in, they had to act quickly. They had to enter before the natives of the deep blue world reacted. Once the natives of the deep blue world reacted, they would definitely take corresponding measures to stop them. Simply put, if there were no experts in the deep blue world, then everyone would be happy. If there were experts, then they had to race against time and open up the defenses of the deep blue world before the other races and send in hundreds of thousands of Nirvana realm swordsmen. As for their fate after entering, it would depend on their own ability and luck. After Hidden Edge ended its space-time jump and left the space-time wormhole, Chu Mu's comprehension of the power of time came to an end. Inside the room, Chu Mu's fingers had traces of mysterious energy, fluctuations. This energy was like silk and couldn't be seen or touched. The surroundings of the strands of energy seemed a little strange. This is the power of time. It is indeed more profound and mystical than the power of space. Chu Mu felt the strands of energy between his fingers and exclaimed inwardly. A time and space jump had allowed him to comprehend the power of time. From the very beginning of the time intent domain, he had continuously deepened it, reaching perfection in an instant. He had broken through and transformed it into a profound meaning. Then he continued to improve it, going from minor completion to major completion and then to perfection. After the profound of time had reached the limit of 9 refinements, Chu Mu planned to transform the profound of time into the power of time law in one go. However, Hidden Edge ended its space-time jump and left the space-time wormhole. This caused Chu Mu's perception of the power of time to weaken by 100-fold. He had reached a bottleneck. After trying it out, he discovered that the bottleneck was very stubborn and hard to move. He could only give up for now. Unfortunately, although the power of time was mystical and powerful, surpassing the power of space, the profound of time couldn't compare to the power of space law. The power of the profound of time couldn't be compared to the power of space law, let alone the power of space law that had reached the late stage of the profound realm. But no matter what was said, this was a good start. At this point, the power of heaven and earth Chu Mu grasped increased from 10 to 11. Hidden Edge was racing against time. It actually burst out at a speed of 120,000 times the speed of sound and flew towards the deep blue world without caring about the cost. As Hidden Edge advanced, the deep blue light became clearer and clearer. After a while, the vast deep blue world seemed to be right in front of them. The 100,000-meter-long Hidden Edge was like a mayfly in front of a boundless ocean in front of the deep blue world. Hidden Edge stopped in front of a corner of the deep blue world. The starship's door quickly opened and figures came out of the starship. They were all sword saint experts of the eternal realm. There were no less than 10,000 sacred rank powerhouses, and the weakest among them was a mid-level sword saint. Over 10,000 mid-level and high-level sword saints appeared in a corner of the deep blue world after leaving the starship. They lined up and formed a huge battle formation. The other 10,000 sword saints formed a completely different battle formation. Extremely powerful auras erupted from the sword saints. Beams of colorful light that could be seen with the naked eye soared into the sky. They were like fireflies in the dark and vast starry sky. At the same time, in other corners of the deep blue world, sword saints of the other races appeared one after another. They formed a formation and released their powerful energy, which was condensed through the formation. In the battle formation formed by the human sword saints, strands of light flowed continuously. The flowing light flowed through the swords in the hands of the sword saints and gathered in the sky. Gradually, the silhouette of a sword was formed, as if it was hammered by an invisible hammer. However, this sword seemed to be a little bigger. It was several thousand meters long. An incomparably tyrannical sharpness radiated from the 1,000-meter-long energy sword, sweeping out in all directions, shaking the dark and deep starry sky. Layer by layer, it was like an endless wave, becoming more and more tyrannical and astonishing as the giant sword condensed. In another place, the sword saints of the underworld god clan condensed a dark black spear. It was called the Underworld God Spear. The light of the deep blue world was still as calm as before. It didn't know that it was going to welcome a storm of attacks. All pioneers, pay attention. Once the passage opens, immediately leave the starship and enter the passage. A voice rang out and entered the ears of every Nirvana realm sword saint. Remember your mission. Find the world spirit of the deep blue world and obtain its recognition. Open the protective power of the deep blue world and let the sword saints of your race enter. Every world with life had a center. It was called the world spirit. Once you obtained the recognition of the world spirit, you could obtain simple authority to open or close the protective power of the world. Regardless of whether it was the human race or the other races, their mission was the same. Find the world spirit and obtain its recognition. Then, open the protective power of the deep blue world and let the sword saints of their race enter. From there, they would truly control the entire world. Every Nirvana realm sword saint was excited. They were ready to rush out of the starship and into the deep blue world as soon as the order was given. The starry sky was filled with countless rays. Most of these rays were corrosive to the human body. The bodies of the Eternal Realm Sword Saints were completely reborn. They were not afraid of the rays in the starry sky. The bodies of the Nirvana Realm Sword Saints were in the process of transformation. They were far inferior to the bodies of the Eternal Realm Sword Saints. However, they could still resist the corrosion of the rays for a short period of time. Sword slash! A loud roar resounded through the starry sky. The 1,000-meter-long energy sword suddenly flew up, approached the deep blue world, and slashed forward. There was a loud rumble. The terrifying momentum shook the heavens and the earth. Terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions, causing the dark starry sky to boil. The terrifying aura of sharpness transmitted into the starship, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Under the slash of the energy sword, the deep blue light was immediately cut open. An energy sword continued to thrust into the gap, deepening the gap. The defensive power of the deep blue world naturally resisted, causing the hole to shrink bit by bit. At the same time, the Nirvana Realm Sword Saints also received the order. They quickly rushed out of the starship, like arrows released from a bow, and rushed into the passage opened by the energy sword. The battle formation formed by the other 10,000 Saint Realm Sword Saints also released powerful energy into the passage. They resisted the defensive power of the deep blue world, causing the hole in the passage to shrink rapidly. The Nirvana Realm Sword Saints burst forth with all their speed. The hundreds of thousands of Nirvana Realm Sword Saints felt like a swarm of locusts. Chu Mu was also among the crowd. As the hundreds of thousands of Nirvana Realm Sword Saints entered, the defensive power of the passage also followed inside. The 10,000 Saint Realm Sword Saints all had serious expressions. They burst forth with all their power because they all knew that this was extremely important. Aside from the human race, the Underworld God Clan and other foreign races also released their own methods to break through the defensive power of the deep blue world, allowing the younger generations of their clans to enter. Suddenly, the passage shrank by a lot. Moreover, there were all sorts of powerful forces interfering from the inside, causing the Saint Realm Sword Saints' expressions to change drastically. They ignored their own consumption and burst forth with power once again to stabilize the passage. At the very least, they had to ensure that the Sword Saints successfully entered the deep blue world. Otherwise, all their previous efforts would be wasted. The hundreds of thousands of Nirvana Realm Sword Saints would die under the power of the deep blue world. Chu Mu and the others burst forth with all their power and advanced at full speed. Immediately after, the entire passage began to shake. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they were attacked by external forces. The forces maintained the stability of the passage. They constantly collided with each other, creating storms that swept out. Some of the Sword Saints were caught in the storm and their bodies shattered under the terrifying energy storm. Miserable cries echoed, causing everyone to tremble in fear. A storm swept towards Chu Mu.